I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina Weather Net, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina Weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina Weather Net. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy. I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina Weather Net, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina Weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina Weather Net. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy. I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina Weather Net, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina Weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina Weather Net. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy. I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina Weather Net, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina Weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Sky cams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina Weather Net. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte with a live update as severe weather continues to roll through the Carolinas. It is January 9th, 2024. It's 1 p.m. here, and we're going to just stand by just a moment. I know some of you have already joined us live on the Carolina Weather Net, where you've been watching for free real-time radar, sky cams, and real-time warnings from the National Weather Service. That's over on our YouTube channel. We appreciate you checking out that Carolina Weather Net. It will be up throughout the day so that you can continue to monitor severe storms wherever it is that you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. In just a moment here, we're going to join in with the rest of our Carolina Weather Group network, including Facebook pages like the Charleston Weather from Jared Smith. And we are going to be checking in with meteorologist Shay Gibson in Charleston as to what we can expect to see later on today. We're in a moment. We're also going to get to real-time warnings and what's happening right now at the 1 o'clock hour. And I'll get to that in just about 30 seconds or so as we make sure that all of our platforms have been able to join us for this live update. This is going to be our format throughout much of the day. We'll have those radar and real-time warnings from the National Weather Service streaming throughout the day, so long as our power stays on. And we'll be popping in with our hosts throughout the day. But we also have our friends storm chasing out there. We got Dan Whitaker in North Carolina. We got Chris Jackson in South Carolina. We'll be checking in with them as we go on throughout the course of the day. I do believe now all of our platforms are with us. And if you're with me here live at 1:02 p.m. on this Wednesday, you can go ahead and put into chat any questions you might have. We'll try to get to as many of those as possible. Do anticipate we'll be getting quite a few of them. So we'll try to answer as many as possible during this update here in the 1 o'clock Eastern hour. But hello again, I'm James Brierton from the Carolina Weather Group here in Charlotte, North Carolina. And as you've been seeing on our Carolina Weather Net, we do have a squall line. It's the first big round of storms that we're expecting with today's storms now moving through the Carolinas. This is quickly approaching the I-77 corridor, especially here in the Charlotte area, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning out for several counties, including northern Mecklenburg County, Gaston County, and Lincoln County, and portions of Chester and York County in South Carolina. And then kind of a little bit to the left, more to the south, as we continue to follow that squall line, it does extend on into Other portions of South Carolina kind of stretching now from Augusta coming into the Columbia area over the course of the next few hours. And so as we take a look, you might be watching us right now from Newberry, and you can see right now in Newberry, South Carolina, the rain has really picked up. The squall line right on through here. This whole line is moving off to the east at a pretty good clip. And this storm has prompted the National Weather Service to take a couple different actions today as we anticipate the chance of seeing severe storms. So first and foremost, because of the intensity of these storms, most of the Carolinas right now is in some sort of severe weather outlook from the National Weather Service, from the Storm Prediction Center. Let's go ahead and make that full screen so you can see it a little bit better here. So the enhanced risk, that's the orange, ENH, that is tier 3 out of 5 on their 5 tiers for their severe weather outlook. And you can see that is most of central and coastal South Carolinas, portions of central and coastal North Carolina, and then kind of emanating out like a dartboard or a bullseye. You can see the next ring, slight in yellow, is a tier 2 out of 5. That does extend a little bit further to the north and to the west, including here in Charlotte area, Raleigh, Greensboro. You're in on that as well too. And then we really taper off as we get closer to the mountains, because the mountains won't have so much a severe risk as they're going to have a flooding risk. We'll talk about that as well too. But let's talk about the types of severe weather we might be seeing today. Here is a look at how that breaks down with regards to tornadoes. So we have a 10% chance of seeing tornadoes, pretty much where that enhanced risk is set up. Again, that's portions of, let's say, Augusta, Columbia, closer into the Charlotte area, especially as you make your way down towards, say, Richmond County, Hamlet, Fayetteville, also in Wilmington and out towards the Outer Banks. Also now for Greenville, North Carolina, you're in this 10% hatched area, also including Myrtle Beach and Charleston, South Carolina, Hilton Head. So what does that hatch mean? That hatch means that not only do you have a 10% chance of seeing tornadoes, but they might be significant tornadoes of EF2 strength or greater. 5% chance of seeing tornadoes extends elsewhere across the Carolinas, where we had that slight risk, including here in Charlotte, the Triad and the Triangle. The good news is we won't see much in terms of hail today, so I'm going to go ahead and skip that graphic, but I do need to talk about the winds. 30% chance of seeing the winds. And this is really going to be probably the most significant takeaway today, is the severe winds, because whether they're associated with a thunderstorm, whether they're associated with a tornado, or whether or not they're just associated with the system in general, that is also a possibility of these strong, damaging wind gusts outside of a thunderstorm occurring. 30% chance of seeing some of these wind gusts that could be reaching tropical storm-like strength. This is essentially like having a tropical storm. I say like because I'm just trying to equate the impacts for you. So it's not a tropical storm by definition of tropical, but it is a tropical storm-like system in terms of its amount of rain it's bringing, the amount of wind it's bringing, and the impacts that we're going to have across the Carolinas. So that is why we do have up right now, for such a large area of the Carolinas, a tornado watch that does extend through much of South Carolina and through portions of North Carolina, including, that does not want to load, including here in the Charlotte area. So if we look at it on radar scope, you can actually see the tornado watch itself. We just show you watches. I'm going to turn off a lot of other stuff that's going on here, right? So the watch box is essentially from I-85 in South Carolina, Greenville, Spartanburg. You've already had this round of storms come on through, and to the east and to the south. It does extend all the way to coastal South Carolina. So we have a tornado watch right now for Columbia, for Aiken, for Rock Hill, and into the Charlotte, North Carolina area. So these counties are included in that tornado watch. We do expect all of this land off through to the east to be added to the tornado watch as we go on throughout the rest of the afternoon. A tornado watch means that conditions are favorable. Conditions are likely to promote and generate tornadoes as we go on through the course of the next few hours. The difference between a watch and a warning is something that is happening right now. So let's talk about what is happening right now so you guys can have an idea of what it is you may need to be doing. I'm going to turn off some of these storm tracks because they're just a little overwhelming right now. And I'm going to go ahead and temporarily turn off the watch box and the mesoscale discussions because I just want to show you. I'm actually going to switch to a different radar. I just want to clear the screen and kind of show you here what is happening. And you can just see right now, in terms of
Yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. That means that the thunderstorms are producing 60-mile-per-hour winds or greater. And the green is flash flood warnings. So that means flooding rapidly occurring in an area where things don't normally flood. If the end of your street always floods every time it drizzles, that's not a flash flood. That's just poor drainage. Flash flooding is creeks and streams are rising to a rate where they might be threatening property, homes, or other infrastructure. And you can see that most of Western North Carolina and most of upstate South Carolina are in a flash flood warning following those heavy rains that came on through, because these storms are dumping and going to be dumping 3 or 4 inches of rain by the time they are done. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of a tour right now, starting with our severe thunderstorm warning. Starting here in the Charlotte area where I am, the northern edge of this warning, the northern edge of this squall line right now is just south of I-40, just south of Statesville into Iredell County, and does extend southward. It's going to be in uptown Charlotte momentarily. We'll show you live pictures of that in just a moment. It has just exited Gastonia. Here is Interstate 85. Here is Interstate I-77. So this is moving off to the east. And if we switch from looking at heavy rain to heavy wind, looking at the velocity data on that radar, you can see that the radar is picking up 60, 70, 80 mile per hour wind observations. The Greenville-Spartanburg radar, which is what I have on your screen right now, is surfacing 6,000 feet up in the air. But we do have the benefit in Charlotte of having a terminal Doppler radar at the airport, which means that we are actually able to sample the atmosphere much lower. So right now, in places like Mount Holly over the Catawba River, 50 mile per hour winds are being observed very low to the ground. Matter of fact, those winds are being observed right now at just about 100, 200, 300 feet above the ground, which is about as on the ground as we can get with radar. And you can often see right now through Lake Wiley, South Carolina, that's closer to 50, 60 mile per hour. We do have right now coming into Tega Cay, 60 mile per hour winds. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning does mean 60 mile per hour winds or greater are occurring or very likely to occur in the next few minutes. And whether the wind is rotating in a column or is coming at you in a straight line like it is with these storms, that is enough to produce damage, bring down trees, bring down power lines. We're already seeing across Western North Carolina, upstate South Carolina, lots of power outages associated with these strong winds. And we can continue to see those power outages across the entire Carolina basin as we go on through the next course of the hours, because whether they come down during these storms or they come down during the prolonged severe winds that we'll be seeing for the next 12 hours, because of those saturated grounds, 3 or 4 inches of rain, those prolonged winds, a lot of those trees could fall over. So we're going to get down through the I-77 corridor of South Carolina here in just a moment to show you what those radar returns are looking like right now. But our friends at WeatherStem do have cameras that they allow us to use and show you what's happening on the ground. And they do have a lovely camera at Bank of America Stadium in uptown Charlotte. So not to speak football, because I know better than that. We can talk about the weather at Bank of America Stadium right now. And you can see right now in uptown Charlotte, the rain is coming down. It's very cloudy, very foggy. It's not a great day for traveling at all. And those conditions are going to deteriorate here very quickly, because that squall line I was showing you is just off to the left side of the camera. This camera from Bank of America Stadium, if you've been there, is looking from the end zone towards uptown Charlotte. So we're essentially kind of looking to the north and to the east, and that squall line right now is coming in from the west. We do have the benefit here with the WeatherStem cameras of actually looking at a second camera that they have from that same location, from atop the scoreboard really is what this is, and it faces back off to the west, and it looks towards their practice bubble there in the uptown area. And you can see here, this is where the storms are going to be coming from. They're coming from the Catawba River. They're coming from Gaston County. They're coming from the airport and going to be marching into uptown in the next few minutes. So we'll keep a close eye on these cameras. Thanks to our friends at WeatherStem for sharing these cameras with us as this line of storms does kind of now move into the Charlotte area. As you are watching with us right now, you're probably wondering what might be happening in portions of South Carolina, and I do want to show that to you here. We'll check in with some cameras we have in that network as well too. We're going to go ahead and switch on over to the Columbia-based radar, and we're going to go ahead first and switch back over to rain, because that's what most of you are probably used to seeing. So right now, starting actually from the west, you can see the heaviest of rain right now is in Augusta, That's into Georgia, but we're so close to South Carolina, and I know so many of you move back and forth between those two areas. We're going to start right there, and you can see we have heavy rain right now in Augusta coming into Aiken in the next few minutes. We'll check in with that ETV Aiken weather stem camera here. We have heavy rain right now in Edgefield, Saluda, and Newberry. And of course, these yellow boxes still mean that we have severe thunderstorm warning. So what should you do during a severe thunderstorm warning is a question I've seen come up in our chat here. And you really just want to make sure you're inside a sturdy structure. That means you want to be inside, away from windows and doors. You don't want to be out on the road. The severe thunderstorm is capable of blowing down trees, bringing down power lines, which would make traveling very hazardous. Again, during the summertime, we see severe thunderstorm warnings fairly often. And I think as a result of that, sometimes people forget about the intensity of these storms. It's not August, it's January. This is a very strong storm for any time of the year we're seeing right now. And so if you do get a severe thunderstorm warning, you are going to want to stay inside. If you get a tornado warning, you are going to want to make sure that you're in the lowest level away from windows and doors. If you have a basement, that's beautiful, but I know so many of you don't have basements. I don't have a basement. So in the event that I were to get, say, a tornado warning, here where I am at some point today, I'm going to go under the stairs with my family. We don't have a basement, but that is the lowest level on our home. It is the most interior room away from windows and doors. And so the National Weather Service is closely monitoring the possibility that some of these storms could produce tornadoes as we go on through portions of the afternoon hours. Let's continue our tour here on radar and bring you back in now. This is going to be getting closer to that I-77 corridor, kind of between maybe 385 and 26. And you can see we have a little bit of radar blockage here. But if we switch back over to our Greenville-Spartanburg radar, you can kind of get a good idea of the intensity kind of stretching all along the squall line now from Charlotte down towards the Newberry area, and it's going to be coming into Columbia. Columbia is right on in here where we have William Bryce Stadium's camera marked, and you can see the I-77 corridor is right on in here. So again, over the course of the next few minutes, these are the type of winds that you can expect to see coming in based on radar returns. Chester County right now, Chester County, South Carolina, you have some wicked radar returns, 55 miles per hour. Being picked up here on radar. And some of these returns based on the Greenville-Spartanburg radar now, I've slid back up to Charlotte, are approaching 60, 70 miles an hour as that squall line comes right on into Charlotte. We're going to get back to that Bank of America camera in just a moment, but I want to make sure my South Carolina friends, you get a chance here to look at some of these radar returns before I go back to Charlotte. You can see in Saluda right now, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. Again, it's sampling up the atmosphere. So not all of these winds, not all these strong winds gusts are making it down to the surface at 60 or 70 miles an hour. The radar is scanning the upper atmosphere, but it is a really good indication of the strength of the storm. And when I talk about tornadoes, like I was talking about a few minutes ago, we look for kinks in the line, right? So you see how this kind of bends like this? And what that allows it to do is kind of spin up in some of these little, they're called kinks, where the line bends and can kind of get rotating on you. So right now I'm watching here in the Johnston area, Trenton, coming out of Edgefield, coming out of Ridge Spring, there is a kink in the line. And so that might allow the storm to get a little rotation going as it continues to move off to the east. So those are the type of things we will be watching. We have not had up now until this point any tornado warnings, but I am seeing a message in National Weather Service chat from a local meteorologist, our friend Brad Panovich, saying that he's getting reports of damage now in the Claremont area of Catawba near I-40 up in what is considered the Charlotte TV market, but that would be back up here. From probably this line that came on through a short time ago. We'll get back to that in just a moment, but I don't want to miss the squall line right now coming through the Charlotte area. So let's get back on over to that WeatherStem camera. Thanks to our friends at WeatherStem for allowing us to show you these cameras. You can find them at weatherstem.com. And you can kind of see here as I return from radar to that camera now, the conditions deteriorating over portions of uptown Charlotte. This is from atop the scoreboard at Bank of America Stadium. And we're looking back off to the west where that squall line is approaching from. We also now have a flash flood warning for Charlotte and Mecklenburg County as the heavy rains associated with this storm are beginning to push on through the region. We'll check in with the rain gauges in just a few minutes. But we are going to watch here both on radar and on our camera from WeatherStem as this storm moves on through, what we might be able to see because seeing is believing with so much of these storms that in the next few minutes, I wouldn't be surprised if this camera really starts battling some of those stronger winds. Typically, that means the camera might bounce around a little bit as we begin to see that squall line right now moving over Charlotte Douglas International Airport, where the terminal Doppler radar is coming in with readings of about 50 miles an hour or so. We are getting reports of multiple trees down. This is back in that Catawba Claremont area. Multiple TV stations are now telling the Weather Service that viewers, storm chasers, and emergency officials are informing them of damage reported now in Catawba County in that Claremont area from severe winds, possible tornado as the storm continues to move on through. And you can see the rain rate picking up now on this live camera associated with those heavy rains that are moving through the region. Mecklenburg County, where I'm based, does have a fins system that allows us to check the state of creeks and streams. And that's probably what the Weather Service is looking at as well, too, when they're trying to decide whether or not to issue a flash flood warning, as they have done now for the Charlotte area. And I will show you some of those gauges here in just a minute, but essentially all of the gauges across the entire region right now are obviously on the rise as heavy rains come on through. As we continue to look at this camera, I want to take a look at some of your questions and some of your comments getting through. Right now, Victoria, watching on Facebook with us, says winds already getting bad there in Lexington, South Carolina or North Carolina? Victoria, I presume South Carolina, as we continue to watch this come on through. What about West Ashley, South Carolina? We'll get you an update on Charleston, that Charleston area coming your way here in a little bit. We're expecting Shay Gibson to hop on. We will have these storms coming into the greater Charleston area in the hours ahead. So right now, we're going to continue to watch where the storm is occurring right now. I love the weather, but I'm under a flash flood warning. And that is definitely something, you want to run from water and hide from wind. So if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you want to hunker down in a place that is safe to do so. But if you do find yourself in a flash flood warning, you want to make sure that you get to higher grounds. Okay, we are now looking at that squall line that is coming through uptown Charlotte. Storms in uptown right here at Bank of America Stadium, thanks to our friends at WeatherStem. We appreciate them sharing this camera with us so we could kind of show you, if you haven't seen the storms come on through yet, this is what you can expect to see when the line gets to you. Just minutes ago, we were able to see the practice bubble. We were able to see off into the distance, and now we are completely just in what I will call whiteout conditions. Similar to maybe like a blizzard, right? When you're in a blizzard and the winds pick up and snow's blowing around, that's a blizzard, whiteout conditions. This is not a blizzard. This is obviously rain. We're not talking about winter weather here in the Carolinas today, but the same effect between the clouds and the rain and the blowing of the wind. We have lost most of our visibility here from Bank of America Stadium back off to the west. I'm going to stop this camera for just a moment because I want to switch the camera now back to the skyline buildings so that we can kind of see off in the distance, again, what that looks like now as the line continues to move off to the east. And you will remember just minutes ago, we were able to see those buildings in uptown. I swear to you, this is that same camera. You can just barely make out the rim of the stadium and the scoreboard off in the distance, but you can no longer see the buildings of uptown Charlotte, which are not that far away. We are talking visibility now at zero in uptown Charlotte. We can't even see the skyline buildings that are a block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks away from Bank of America Stadium. This is what that squall line does as it moves through the Carolinas. And so this is what is being experienced right now by so many of you, not only in Charlotte, but all along that squall line from the I-77 corridor in Mecklenburg County in North Carolina through South Carolina, where the severe thunderstorm warning has now just been extended into the Columbia, South Carolina metro area, because conditions like these are expected over the course of the next few minutes. You can see again that Bank of America scoreboard just above my head. And to give you an idea, we are looking from one scoreboard to the other scoreboard. We didn't even have enough visibility to look across an entire football field. That is how strong these storms are today in the Carolinas. And to drive this point home even further, that's why in the event of a tornado warning, if a tornado warning were to be issued for your location, don't try to go outside. Don't try to go to the window to see it. You are not going to be able to see it. You just need to get inside safely and do so. Right now, no tornado warnings in the Carolinas. It's 1:22 p.m. on this Wednesday, and we are looking at deteriorating weather conditions from severe thunderstorms that are producing very gusty winds. While I leave these pictures on the screen, I'm going to go back over on my other monitor here to our terminal Doppler radar and tell you what some of the winds are like right now in uptown Charlotte. And we are seeing 40 miles an hour being picked up right now on terminal Doppler radar. Matter of fact, these weather stem systems don't just show us via camera. They also are fully fledged weather systems. So right now, 60 degrees there at Bank of America Stadium, sustained winds at 32 miles an hour. 32 miles an hour, gusting up to 62 miles an hour. That is the observation being recorded by the weather system associated with this camera at Bank of America Stadium right now in Uptown with a rain rate of 5 inches of rain an hour. That's not to say we're going to get 5 inches of rain because it's not going to be this heavy for an hour. But if it were to rain like this for an hour, we'd end up with 5 inches of rain. Right now, this weather observation system coming in at 1 inch of rain in the last 24 hours and counting. And it'll be interesting to see what that looks like here in the next few minutes. But in the last 10 minutes, the highest wind gust 62 miles an hour in uptown Charlotte right now as the pressure begins to fall associated with the squall line coming on through. Thanks again to our friends at WeatherStem for showing us these vantage points. You can see now as the line begins to push a little bit further off to the east and begins to move its way out of Charlotte, the visibility is coming back a little bit more. You can see it was kind of quick hitting, but it was enough to dump quite a large amount of rain and bring gusty winds to the Charlotte area. We'll check back in with Charlotte here in just a few minutes, but I know not all of you are watching from Charlotte, and I want to update now you on where storms are, and we'll go back on over to show you right now my radar scope, which is still kind of penned in on the uptown area here in Charlotte. And I'm going to go ahead and zoom on out to show you other areas right now where we are continuing to watch storms. And I'm going to do that by first starting with our Greenville-Spartanburg radar and showing you right now, here is where we are just watching. This is moving off to the east. And the line right now coming into Rock Hill. We'll show you that camera here in just a moment, moving off to the east. Newberry, you're just about done with this. This is the first line. You're just about done with it. You'll have some calming back behind it. But we are going to be watching for more storms as we go on throughout the course of the day. You can kind of see there's another line, right? There's another line right now over portions of Georgia. It's not as strong, not as severe, doesn't have any warnings on it right now, but hey, it's raining in Macon, and that's more rain that's going to be coming our way a little bit later. Pushing back on in right now in Augusta, in Aiken, you can see these storms right now at their peak in Augusta, Georgia, and coming into Aiken here in the next few minutes. Tim Pounds looking at you. This is going to make its way along I-20. And we now do have a severe thunderstorm warning that extends just about into the Columbia metro area, hazard being 70-mile-per-hour winds or greater, as this storm continues to move off to the east at a pretty considerable rate here. This storm has been moving very quickly, about 50 miles an hour or so. All right, let's get you on over to that Rock Hill camera, because that's going to be the next area where we're going to be seeing storms rolling on through. And I want to make sure that you're able to see that when it happens as well, too. Take your storm reports as you're watching with us. If you're watching, you can put those in the chat. And Rock Hill is where we're heading. So the Carolina Weather Group throughout the day will have live streaming radar on our Carolina Weather Net. Streams are free on YouTube, any place you watch YouTube, on your smartphone to your smart TV. It'll have real-time warnings, a lot of these same cameras. And you'll be able to check in with that throughout the day to stay abreast of what is occurring. All right, I don't have rain picking up just yet on the Rock Hill camera. So I do want to show you, I think, the Augusta camera. What does that look like? Excuse me, the Augusta camera. I'll briefly show it to you. It looks like heavy rain. 1,000% what it looks like. So here's our Augusta camera from WeatherStem. And so again, you can kind of see heavy rain, cameras bouncing around a little bit again, trees blowing there in the distance. And I see some ladders out on a truck. It really reminds me that if you haven't done so already and you're out ahead of this line, you are going to want to secure any loose items before the storm gets to you. If the storm's already to you, then that ship has sailed, and you'll want to check in with them after the storm. But I know last night I went through my backyard and took in a lot of the chairs and things. Luckily, it's not summertime. And so wasn't that much stuff to have to bring in. Checking in with our camera network right now. Going to get you another live view of this squall line as it marches on through the Carolinas. So you can get a real idea of what's happening outside, on the ground, in reality, and not just on a radar screen. While I wait for a good camera to pop on up, let's go ahead and get radar back on the screen for you, because that's more interesting than my face. I agree. And so we'll do that. And you'll be able to watch along with us here. And I'll also check the chat. It's raining in Pageland, South Carolina. Windy in Carolina Beach, North Carolina. And that's a good observation, Jeff, because Jeff is not yet experiencing any of these storms. He's out ahead of that line. But as we've seen, this is going to be like a 24-hour wind event. And that's why so many of us either have a wind advisory or high wind watch or even a high wind warning in portions of the coast because of how strong this storm is going to be. Polly asking what's going on in Kannapolis. This line will be to you imminently there in Kannapolis, Polly, as the storm has now cleared Charlotte and the I-77 corridor, and you're kind of next in line. Diane asking about the triangle, Chapel Hill and the Durham area. It'll be to you in the next few hours. The storm is moving off to the east at 50 miles an hour or so. And I do expect that the capital region will have either a severe thunderstorm watch or a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch as we get onto later in the day. Again, watch meaning that conditions would be likely for that severe weather to be occurring. Right now, that watch is not up yet, but we do expect it to come soon. Excuse me. We are getting a report now, again, out of that Claremont area in Catawba County. This is to the north and west of Charlotte in the foothills of western North Carolina. Structure collapse, people trapped in homes, fire department on scene. Fire department trying to get on scene, battling their way through fallen trees. The incident occurred at about 12:30, just about an hour ago. And this is a situation that's being closely monitored there in the Claremont area of Catawba County. I'm going to check, see if we have any pictures. We might be able to show you of these damage reports that we're getting out of the Claremont area, because it does sound like something occurred in Claremont. Brad Panovich, chief meteorologist, WCNC Charlotte, colleague at my day job and friend of our show, has tweeted out some pictures that he has received from the Claremont area. And you can see in those pictures, lots of trees down. These on top of a car. You can see they broke the back window. That's why we tell you not to take shelter in your car. If you can get to a sturdy structure, that's better. This is some sort of, I think is that a billboard? That might be a billboard blown over here at the side of the highway. Trees down along what I believe to be I-40 in Catawba County. And Brad is circling on radar there. This is the terminal radar perspective. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, that's the velocity. And you can kind of see just south of the word Claremont, where that bright flash of green and that bright flash of yellow come together. That is a possible tornado signature that was observed in Catawba County at about 12:30. When this squall line came on through. We did not have a tornado warning associated with that storm at that time. Doesn't mean a tornado didn't occur. Tornadoes are going to be really tricky for the National Weather Service to spot in this storm system. They could spin up very quickly and be gone very quickly, but still leave potential damage on the ground. We did just get an update from the Weather Service. They're continuing the severe thunderstorm warning right now for Mecklenburg and Union counties. They're essentially going to push that severe thunderstorm warning now further to the east. So they have added, well, actually, really, this not only is the National Weather Service added Union County here to this, but now this severe thunderstorm warning does expand into the Triad, Wake Forest University. You're inside the severe thunderstorm warning. Winston-Salem, you're inside the severe thunderstorm warning. As the squall line now leaves the I-77 corridor and comes into the triangle, Greensboro, you will be next. We do have, these are all weather stem cameras that I can show you here in the next few minutes. And so let me quickly look to see what some of these cameras are showing. And so here's a look right now. This is weather stem in Rock Hill, South Carolina, which is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Pretty much all these areas I'm going to show you right now are under a severe thunderstorm warning because of the damaging wind threat coming through with these storms. And so I'm going to try to show you as many of these as I can so that you can understand what some of the impacts really feel like. They really look like. Because I know many of us, whether we're weenies, can stare at radar all day long, but really it's about understanding what the impact of these weather systems is really all about. I'll take you now via WeatherStem to Wake Forest. This is Wake Forest University. Courtesy of WeatherStem. Heavy rains coming on through. It'll be in Wake Forest, the town, later. And so you can see live picture here. It'll be out towards Hilton Head later on today, too. And we've got lots of these severe warning polygons, all thunderstorm, luckily, not in the form of tornadoes at this time, luckily. Let's see, what does this other camera look like? Just looking at some other cameras here that I might be able to show you. Wake Forest, all the cameras right now are obviously covered in rain and quite wet and dark and gloomy. That's not a great day to be outside at all. And let me go to this camera. This is going to be, that camera is Myrtle Beach. But let me take you back now to North Carolina. This is Winston-Salem State University. And you can see, look at that flag in the center of your screen. You can really get a sense of the winds there. As the storms now move into the Triad region of North Carolina. And again, the wind's not exclusive to any one region. Johnny on Facebook saying wind is now going pretty good in Rock Hill. Rain is blowing onto roofs so hard it looks like a cloud of mist. Rain really picking up there south of Charlotte and Rock Hill, South Carolina. Thanks for watching with us on Facebook, Johnny. Oh, check out this comment from YouTube. Person's watching us on YouTube, 30 minutes south of Raleigh. Not sure how bad it's going to be there, but they got 2 chainsaws ready to go in case of downed trees. It never hurts to be prepared. Never hurts to be prepared. Hopefully you don't have to use those chainsaws. And I'll tell you, I got myself and my family prepared yesterday. I got my generator out. I charged all the batteries, made sure we had all of our first aid kits, things like that ready to go. I'm actually frankly surprised. I don't want to curse this or jinx this. I'm kind of surprised I haven't taken a power hit yet. The line of storms is actually kind of moving over us right here, right now. And I can kind of show this to you, I think. Because we have a camera on our roof. I am in Charlotte, but I'm really close to Matthews, North Carolina, for anyone who's familiar. And we do have a camera on our roof here. And so I can kind of go ahead and pop this up on the screen for you. I'm waiting to see if those pine trees across the street are going to start dancing. Wouldn't be surprised. I'm getting word now from the National Weather Service that they're in the process of expanding the tornado watch to include the Raleigh area. It'll be out shortly, and we'll stay with you here on the air as long as we can to let you know when that's going to be. Several of you watching right now, probably my neighbors here in Charlotte. And I know right now we're kind of going through the thick of that line, the bulk of that line coming on through. And the heaviest rain right now over Pineville, Fort Mill, Rock Hill. It'll be actually over here to Matthews, where I am, in the next few minutes. Flooding shutting down Wilkinson and Sam Wilson Road in Charlotte near the airport, where we do have not only a severe thunderstorm warning, but also a flash flood warning. Let me show you right now. I want to show you what Rock Hill, South Carolina looks like. This from a DOT camera. And I'll go ahead and pop that up on the screen for you. Make the picture a little bit bigger because I want to show you. Yeah, the picture's blurring a little bit, or smearing, for lack of a better word. But look at all this ponding water off the side of the road, on the shoulder. I know it's very hard to see right now. But that is the result of the heavy rains. This is US 21 at Catawba River. Not too far from the peach stand, if I recall correctly. All right, let me try a different camera because this one's a hot mess right now. Whoa. That's not Rock Hill. It's a lovely looking bridge. Definitely not Rock Hill. Okay, again, here's Rock Hill, I-77 now. Kind of as you come into the city center. I think the Catawba River is beyond that curve, out of view. You can see how wet the roadways are. And we're just going to do a quick little tour here. See what we can spot along I-77, thanks to the South Carolina Department of Transportation. Again, look at those pine trees off to the right-hand side of your screen. They're just sitting in water. And that's not great for trees because that will really weaken them a bit. And as we continue to get these strong wind gusts, could be a reason that we see down trees as we go on through the rest of the afternoon. You can see the poor travel conditions. Lots of people on the road. Way more people on the road than I expected to see. And actually, look here at the lanes that are going away from us. You can actually see the rain kind of blowing. At least we could when the cars weren't there. So the wind is like carrying the rain. All right, so let's do this. It's been a minute since we checked in with a little further south into South Carolina. Whoa! And I want to show you what I can nearest Columbia. So between New Bern and Columbia right now is where the squall line is. This is I-26. I-26, and I don't think the squall line's made it here yet. I think this is still just out ahead. That squall line is going to be back closer to where you see the yellow out of Newberry. And so I would expect conditions to deteriorate in Columbia over the course of the next few minutes associated with these storms that are rolling on through. We do have don't have a Newberry camera. I thought I had a Newberry camera. All right. Keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on that. Oh, this is a new camera. Weather Time now has a camera in Thomasville, North Carolina. It's new to me. I don't know how long it's been there. It's new to me. I'm going to show that to you. Let's go to Thomasville, North Carolina. This is a little south of Greensboro. Just because I love how open this shot is. This is out ahead of the squall line, which has not yet made it there. And so remember this picture because we might come back to it later. You may not be able to see it. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Let me get your radar. It's been a minute since I showed you radar, and that's really what we're here to see, right? So let's go on over, take a look at that. See if we can spot anything funky on the radar. And I'm using single radar sources here in Radar Scope. So you'll notice right now I'm looking from the Raleigh radar, and you can't really see anything back over here in South Carolina. But if I switch back over to South Carolina radar, you can see more in South Carolina and less in North Carolina. So I don't want you to be confused. If you see nothing, that is why we're looking at one area at a time, which allows us to get better data, faster data in more real time. So that squall line right now coming through Winston-Salem, coming into Salisbury, China Grove, Kannapolis, exiting the Charlotte region. The line is kind of curved a little bit, right? So the north part of the line is out ahead of the southern part of the line. And that is especially true if I zoom way back on out. And we can essentially say the line right now goes from Augusta, just out of Newberry, through Rock Hill, through Charlotte, coming into High Point, but not yet in Greensboro. And the line's kind of like that. So it's a bit of an angle, a bit of a slant. And I want to switch this now to velocity. And this is going to be a little challenging. I'm going to look now from actually the Roanoke area. And you can actually see, take a look at this curve right on through there, just north of Winston-Salem, Wake Forest. Whole 100-mile-per-hour winds being observed by this radar. This is south of the state line. Now, I got to tell you, this radar is quite a distance away. And so that's like 4,000 feet up in the air, but 100 mile per hour is being detected 4,000 feet up in the air. One way or the other gets my attention. And if I were to cross compare that with the Raleigh radar, which is going to be 6,000 or 7,000 feet up in the air, what we are seeing is winds not as significant, but still seeing 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. I actually got distracted here because it's so hard to see in this neck of the woods because hashtag Carolina radar hole. This right here, where the reds and the greens are coming together near Wake Forest University. Kind of getting my attention. I'm a little hesitant. You see this purple ring? Anything over here is kind of getting deteriorated. The velocities, which is the radar signature for looking at wind, just does not really register that far. But I'm looking for any possible rotation. Certainly very strong winds right now. Along I-85 between Kannapolis and Spencer and Salisbury, 70 mile per hour winds. This is a very low radar signature. So, I mean, the wind's got it. Oop, there's my first power hit. First power hit here in Matthews. That is the sound of my backup power supply, which was enough to keep our stream going. It looks like. Okay, that was good. That was good. If I don't have, I have a generator here at my house, but not for the stream, for family essentials. But I do have a little backup battery here that if we take a power hit, will keep my computer system, my modem running, hopefully long enough to get us back connected. It'll last for like a minute. That's a little bit of what just happened. So we're looking again at possible rotation, watching for possible rotation. And really, I think right now, this is kind of the most significant. Let me see what caused us to get a power hit here. I say I'm in Charlotte. I'm technically in Charlotte. I'm very close to Matthews. So I'm like down here, and here's Charlotte. Any number of things could have caused power to flash, lightning strike. Somebody could have hit a pole. And so it's very possible that our streams could go offline for a little bit here. They do come out of my home here in the greater Charlotte area, and that was another power hit. Another power hit here in southeastern Charlotte area. So I'm going to continue talking with you as long as I can. The National Weather Service has now expanded the tornado watch. Watch meaning that conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes in the course of the coming hours. And this now includes Raleigh, Greensboro. So let me show this to you. Getting it on the screen for you right now.
This is the addition to what we already had. And this goes until 9 o'clock tonight. Wilson, Goldsboro, Wilmington, Lumberton, Fayetteville, Burlington, all in North Carolina. I would expect that South Carolina, you'll get a version of this coming up. Don't worry. And we already have one in Charlotte, North Carolina, and so much of South Carolina. But we now have that tornado watch expanded. Expanded now. And that's all because the squall line is continuing to push off to the east. And will be in places like Myrtle Beach in the coming hours. And that's exactly what a watch means. A watch means that conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather in the hours ahead. And so we're also watching, you can see it here on radar, there are some discrete storms popping up right now in places like Myrtle Beach. And we'll have to watch those for possible rotation. Live here via WeatherStem right now. That's Raleigh for you. NC State, if I recall correctly. And we'll watch these. This is going to last several hours. Oops. Breaking my cup here. Didn't mean to do that. The Weather Service is telling us that the rotation we are looking at is kind of weakening. That was the rotation up towards Winston-Salem. It's weakening a bit, so they're no longer as concerned about that. Here's a live look in Augusta. That heavy rain of band, that first band has moved on out. And so that's good news for you. We're going to hang here just long enough to watch the camera on my roof, because I can hear the wind and the rain picking up. If you're one of my friends, there's a live look in Clemson. You can see the flags blowing there. If you're one of my friends watching from South Charlotte, even Union County, Indian Trail, I'm not that far from you. Take a look at this. Right now, this is live on the top of my roof here in southeastern Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. Let's call it Matthews. And you can see how much the wind and the rain is picking up right now as that squall line comes pretty much over my house. It's essentially my turn. It is essentially my turn. As some of you have already experienced, and some of you will be experiencing coming up here in the next little bit. You can see those trees kind of just dancing. You can see those trees dancing. And I do have a weather station on my roof that will tell me how strong the winds are here. And we can help really tell you what it is you are seeing. So many of you I know have weather stations. It's really helpful data. Appreciate everyone who sends in storm reports. All right, so right now where I am, I can hear the wind. I can hear the wind kind of blowing in the window. And I'm waiting for my weather station to update to kind of tell me what it is it thinks it's getting. And while we look at these live pictures, which are out my window, this live picture, again, from the greater Charlotte area here, you can see it on the box above me. Charlotte is at the top of that radar box, which for some reason it's not filling the screen. Ooh, there it is. Let's talk to you about power outages, because I think I'm destined. Right now in North Carolina, 62,000 customers without power.
nearly 30,000 in South Carolina. And that number is expected to increase. Mud and Rockets is watching with us from College Downs. Was out in his truck, it sounds like, when he ran into massive winds. And yeah, it's a hard day to be out there on the roads for sure. Mud and Rockets echoing what I said. Yeah, yes, the UPS has only decided to give you a minute of safety to shut down your computer. Yes, I would certainly try to shut it down. Luckily, it was just enough to kind of bridge that power hit we took. We're 1 or 2 hits we've taken so far. You'll hear it probably whistling a couple more times. Look at the winds right now on the left side of your screen here out my window. You can see those trees. Those are across the street from my house to give you kind of a depth perspective. Obviously, you can see that they are just falling victim to the wind right now. My weather station is registering gusts up to 10 miles an hour. I really was expecting it to be higher, so I'm waiting to see if that validates. I'm going to step away for about 30 seconds, maybe a minute, grab my cell phone, which apparently I left downstairs. And I'll leave you with these pictures. And stay tuned. I'll be back momentarily. All right. Found my phone. Found those of you trying to reach me. Coming up on 2 o'clock, I think we're going to probably take a break here in the stream. I mean, our stream goes all the time with radar and warnings and all that jazz. I'm going to take a break, anticipating that we're going to have more storms later on today. And I need to try to make my voice last. But so in the next couple minutes, we will get you back on over to our Carolina Weather Net, which streams there at the top of your screen. You can see forecast data, real-time warnings, radars, and the like. As again, we are watching now severe weather continuing to move through the Carolinas. And it's going to be with us for the next several hours. And you can already see things are quickly quieting down here in Matthews on my live camera as some of those heaviest rains move on through. The line is pretty quick. The Weather Service is watching for possible rotation associated with the storm as we go on through most of the day. And so much of the Carolinas right now under a tornado watch, which means that conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes as we head on through the rest of the course of the day. And so I'll show you here on radar right now, a couple areas that do hop out to me right there between Ridge Spring and Red Bank in Columbia. Couple areas here along these lines. We'll have to watch for rotation where things are just bending a little bit on the line. Right now we're looking at winds, but we don't have any tornado warnings right now. The Carolina Weather Group will try to check in with you with our hosts, myself and others, and our storm chasers throughout the day as often as we can. If we're not able to be here, then our Carolina Weather Net will have data for you so that you can take action to protect yourself and your property if needed. But again, we're beginning to see a couple areas now along that line that do look like they're trying to rotate a little bit. So we will keep an eye on that. And again, we'll have updates for you streaming. If you haven't already, here it comes. Please like and subscribe to us on YouTube. Subscribe, hit the bell. So this way, when we do go live, you're notified. Do have multiple ways to receive warnings, not just our Carolina Weather Net, but also, oh, what you guys couldn't see what I was circling, but also Weather Radio is a fantastic way to stay informed. So I was circling a couple things like this all along the line where it's beginning to look like we're getting along that thunderstorm line, possible areas of rotation. And that's what the Weather Service will be keeping a close eye on. I think we just got a tornado warning pretty close to the state line with Virginia. I think I just saw that pop up on my screen as I was talking. And no, yeah, Rockingham, North Carolina, Stokes, North Carolina now has a tornado warning, along with Henry, Virginia, Patrick, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and the city of Martinsville, Virginia, associated with a thunderstorm moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. It's near Sandy Ridge, Martinsville, Stoneville, Danbury, Spencer, Axton, Sandy Ridge, and Bassinet. This is near Martinsville Speedway and Martinsville Airport. So this is right there at the state line. You can kind of see it right here now on your screen. This is very quickly exiting the Carolinas. I mean, it's only going to be in the Carolinas for about 4 or 5 miles as it heads towards Martinsville. So if you know anybody in Martinsville, in Virginia, give them a call. That is technically our first tornado warning in the region of the day. And we also have a couple more warnings now trying to get going closer to South Carolina, Allendale, and that portion of the I-95 corridor coming out of Georgia. So I'm going to take a quick break while we are waiting for warnings to get going here, tornado warnings to get going here in the Carolinas. We will take you back on over to our Carolina Weather Net streaming right now on YouTube to help us fill the break here. And we'll check back in with you guys throughout the day. If you do get a tornado warning, seek shelter in the lowest level of your home, most interior area of your home, away from any windows or doors. And we will ride this out together, and we will get through this storm system here together. We'll do so safely, and you can see right now that squall line slowly making its way from Greensboro, exiting Charlotte, coming into the Columbia area. I'm James Ryerton in Charlotte. Thanks for joining me for this special hour. We will be back throughout the day as best we can, and we will continue to stream our Carolina Weather Net with radar, skycams, and more continuously over on YouTube. So please do check that out if you haven't already, so that you can get updates even if one of us is away from the computer. Because so like so many of you, our kids also don't have school today. So here is where you can watch our Carolina Weather Net. And we'll see you for more coverage throughout the day.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina Weather Net, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina Weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina Weather Net. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
I'm James Brierton, back with you now, 2:41 p.m. on this January 9th, 2024. We do have some tornado warnings in the Carolinas, and let's talk about them because it's the reason we weren't on the stream here the last few minutes, because I was seeking shelter here in Mecklenburg County in southeastern Charlotte near Matthews for what appeared to be a tornado rotation. Active tornado warning right now does continue for portions of Mecklenburg County. It's not the only tornado warning we have right now, so let's show you what is happening right now in the Carolinas here at this 2:41 p.m. Eastern time hour as we're continuing to track this severe weather outbreak across the Carolinas. We did have a tornado warning just outside of Columbia to the north and to the west. That has since expired. So actually the only tornado warning right now still active is the one for Mecklenburg for portions of Cabarrus County. And I got Shay Gibson on the line with me, and he knows we were going to start this stream, and then I had to go seek shelter because I am right on in here in this Matthews area. And you can see as we loop back the terminal Doppler radar, that rotation kind of skirt right on over my neighborhood. We sought shelter. We don't have a basement, but we practice what we preach here at the Carolina Weather Group. We went to the lowest level of a sturdy structure. We don't have a basement, so we went under the stairs, Shay, and that's where my family is. We're not underground, but at least we are as low as possibly can be with as many walls between us and the outside world as possible. So I know we're continuing to track right now this tornado warning for Mecklenburg, Paris, and Union counties. But Shay, you're in Charleston. You guys have a high wind warning. You got severe weather watches as we head on through the evening hours for this squall line that is continuing to march slowly off to the east. What are you guys anticipating later on?
Yeah, thanks, James. Glad you guys are okay there. Gosh, I saw that going right over your area. It's like, man, are you guys okay? And you pop back on, but yeah, it's just so some of these are so quick. Like there's a whole bunch down in Georgia, right? Now we're starting to see some tornadic activity up in the Myrtle Beach area. So let me go ahead and just share screen. What you're looking at here is College of DuPage visible satellite with simulator or composite radar. And what you see is this main line of storms that's heading towards the east, as James just said. One thing to be really concerned about is along the Grand Strand and up towards the Cape Fear area. So what you have is the warm waters of the Gulf Stream out here, right, mixing over these cooler waters in between the cooler shelf waters. But either way, you have very strong winds aloft. And what this is doing is creating a line of these discrete cells, these individual cells, these supercells that are actually heading up towards the Grand Strand. So if you live up in the Myrtle Beach area, be on alert right now for tornado warnings that you're likely going to see popping from time to time as these storms roll into the coast one by one. Looks like it's shifting a little bit from the southern Myrtle Beach area up to the northern Grand Strand, up towards the Cape Fear areas. So the Cape Fear is actually closer towards the Gulf Stream where that warm water is. And so you may see a lot more of this discrete supercell activity encompassing that area. But for Charleston right now, we're getting a little bit of a break. We've had some pretty gusty winds today. We have that one main line that is heading towards us. And with that, we are expecting winds up to 70, 75 miles per hour during straight line wind events where that's going to occur. So don't write this off yet. Once this passes, even behind that, we still have a little bit of storm activity to deal with behind that main line. So be on aware for that. Right now, the current winds they're jumpy. They're really up and down. Right now, we're holding an average of about 25 to 30 miles per hour with gusts up to the mid to upper 30s. We did have a wind gust at Folly Beach up to 56 miles per hour, right about 12:35 today. So seeing some pretty strong gusts out there. Of course, up on top of the bridge, it's going to be much higher, right? The higher up you go in the atmosphere, the more wind you're going to see. In fact, if you look at this, we're going to go up to 500 millibars. So right now we said 25 to 30 for average at the surface, and we go up to 500 millibars up around 16 to 18,000 feet. You're seeing about 80 knots, 80 to 85 knots, which is close to 100 miles an hour. So you're talking some pretty stiff winds aloft, and that's what's causing some of the rotation on these storms. I don't think that we are going to get out of the tornado watch zone anytime soon until that main line goes and maybe what's behind it. But it looks like for right now, majority of those supercells are staying offshore and up towards the Grand Strand and the Cape Fear area, Wilmington area. But we can't write Charleston off just yet. We did talk about the prime time being between 12 and 3 o'clock today for the supercell composite, but that could be extended out to 5 o'clock p.m. And we are under tornado watch until 6 p.m. tonight. So, James, what are you guys, otherwise, what are you seeing up in the North Carolina area? I think we've covered the coastal zone. The marine zone is really rough, looking at washout right now. What's good, though, what's good thing before I pass the ball back to you, James, is that our high tide iteration with a near new moon phase and some onshore winds. Those onshore winds didn't really start till about 4 or 5 in the morning. So we got a break on that. We didn't get into the major flooding category. We did get the moderate, but that's over with, and it doesn't look like we're going to have any real issues as high tide comes in tonight. So that's at least some reprieve, less of a headache to deal with this storm system, where we don't have any major saltwater flooding like we saw back on December the 17th.
Yeah, Shay,
It's
hasn't been that long since the last storm. Let me see if I get my camera to go to the right camera.
and we're watching another system, I know, for Friday. It's certainly a very active winter we've been having here in the Carolinas, and it's keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, very true. Very typical of an El Nino pattern.
Mhm.
I'm surprised we haven't had more Arctic air dipping down. If we did, of course, we'd be looking at a whole different event with this kind of a system. We'd be looking at potential ice or snow event. But with absence of that polar air mass, we're not going to see that now. That could change next week for portions of North Carolina. I think Western North Carolina and Western South Carolina could see something like that, James. But one system after another, mainly caused by the subtropical jet from the south, providing moisture up across from the Pacific up across the Gulf of Mexico, and of course connecting with upper lows, and that draws that Gulf energy up and across the southeast region. So this is going to be the pattern for the next few weeks. Just a matter of time if we end up getting some wintry weather with it or not. I don't think this isn't typical to see something of this magnitude in the first week or two of January, where we're in the severe category, enhanced category for so much of the southeast region on the eastern side of it. So, yep, back to you, James.
Thank you very much, Shay. We'll keep our thoughts with you guys there in Charleston as the system comes your way later on in the afternoon hours. Appreciate your perspective as always. I'll tell you, as I'm sitting here, I just heard a bang and I was like, oh my goodness, what is that sound? Did a tree just fall? No, the garbage truck is doing his rounds in the middle of a tornado warning. I don't know how I feel about that. Seems bizarre.
It definitely puts you on edge, where you just went through a tornado that passed over almost right overhead. So anything loud is going to be offsetting.
Yeah, it really, really was. We do have a new tornado warning right now for Bamberg, Calhoun, and Orangeburg, South Carolina. And Shay, I'm going to take our audience down into that neck of the woods here. I think it's going to be... Is that going to be just outside of Great Falls and Heath Springs? Looking at what might be some rotation there on radar, waiting for the actual warning to pop up on my screen. But this would be a new tornado warning just issued by the National Weather Service in the course of the last few minutes for the severe thunderstorm located near Bamberg, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour for locations including Prince of Orange Mall, Edisto, Creston, Bamberg County Airport,
Claflin College, Edisto Gardens.
I think I'm definitely not far enough south. Can you tell there I go.
Yep. I'm looking at the one right now for Bamberg, Calhoun, Orangeburg, and they're talking about SC State, right? Yeah. So where SC State is, Brookdale, Claflin College, Edisto Gardens, and yeah, those are the main ones. Other areas, Cope, Wilkinson Heights, Prince of Orange. That's right, you had that. Edisto, Creston. May be impacted, but the immediate concerns are those other ones, the universities and the schools.
Yeah. You can see it on your screen now. If you're watching along live with us, this will be coming to Orangeburg, the next little area. Also, I-26. So if you know anybody driving between Columbia and Charleston, maybe coming off I-95, give them a call and let them know so that they don't potentially intercept this potential tornado on I-26. This tornado warning will continue for the next 24 minutes. Getting a text from my neighbor here in Mecklenburg County asking if they can come out of their storm shelter. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. That's kind of where we are at here, right? So we will watch. This is a new tornado warning, and it is going to be, again, active here for South Carolina for the next half an hour or so. Shay, I know in a few minutes you'll be hopping off. I'm contemplating getting in my car and driving around a little bit here in Mecklenburg County to see what I might be able to find from that brief tornado warning we had, although I'm kind of waiting for the rain intensity to let up here a little bit because it is still coming down pretty significantly here in Charlotte.
Yep. I would say, just to reiterate for those watching for the Charleston area, I'd say the main line of storms, it's heading just on the verge of going through Savannah right now. And then We should be seeing that in the Charleston area sometime between 4:30 and 6:30, and then heading up the coast towards the Grand Strand between 5:30 and 7:30, and so on and so forth on up the coast, right? So if you live in the Grand Strand right now, this is a lot of activity ongoing up that way. But we are not writing off any tornadic activity for Charleston yet, right? We know that we have cool shelf waters and the southerly winds are helping stave off some of that severe activity, which is a good thing. We saw some convective activity roll through earlier. I heard a little bit of thunder a little while ago, maybe a couple of booms. But this line, if it holds, should pack a punch. And again, I'm saying straight line winds could exceed 70 miles an hour to 75 miles an hour with potential for tornadic activity along it within that QLCS or that quasi-linear system that it comes along with. I'm really hoping, James, that our cooler shelf waters will help break this line up once it comes up the coast a little bit more and maybe stabilize some of that line and break it apart. That would be the best case scenario. But either way, we still are at risk for high damaging winds during that time.
Yeah, these winds are going to be really what nips us in the butt, especially after people start to let their guard down following the intensity of rain later, and we still have those winds coming on through. National Weather Service telling us now, Shay, reports of possible tornado touchdown just south of Bamberg, South Carolina, near the Public Works building. They're not clear yet on what type of damage could have occurred with this, but this is associated right now with this latest tornado warning that is in effect in South Carolina, and just trying to see if we can actually see maybe anything on correlation coefficient here. Maybe right. Hang on. There was one frame there, Shay, that hopped out to me. Maybe right in here. Kind of right when it came right on over Bamberg.
Some low CC.
Yeah.
In that area, yeah. Maybe a little bit of debris. I'm going into the WFO Columbia. Let's see. John Q saying reports a possible tornado touchdown. Not much in their chat for right now, but definitely a little bit of low CC to pair with that. So yeah, I'd say if you have a little bit of low CC in there, then definitely have some debris in the air, some sort.
Yeah, the correlation coefficient for our viewers at home helps us indicate the difference between rain and wind and actual objects in the sky. Maybe that's tree branches or things of that maybe debris from a roof, shingles, that sort of thing. So again, we're watching this tornado warning right now. That goes for the next little under half an hour, 20 minutes or so for Calhoun, Bamberg, and Orange counties. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some more warnings along what is becoming quite the squiggly little squall line.
Yep,
Especially,
James.
Go ahead, Jay.
No, I was gonna say that'll. I think that'll be a wrap for Charleston. We're countdown, right? We got about, I'd say about 2 hours before, 2.5 hours before we start to see that main line. But we could easily see clusters and discrete cells breaking out ahead of it. We're not as close to the Gulf Stream as the Grand Strand and up towards the Cape Fear area. So those areas are really of concern right now with the tornadoes that are sort of spawning offshore and then heading in towards land. Those tend to start out as giant, like tornadic water spouts. Once they make it to land, they can hold up and actually become a full-fledged tornado. That happens up that way quite a bit, especially over the Cape Fear area. That is a really well-known spot where these tornadic water spouts make it ashore, or even just plain water spouts, and then they become tornadoes, EF1 or EF2 category. So that is the threat still. Tornadic activity could hit EF2 status, which means it'd be a strong tornado. So that is the risk through this entirety of the main line arriving or approaching and then arriving and passing through these areas.
Yep, it's going to be an eventful next few hours. Appreciate your perspective there in Shay. I know you've got some other things to get back to. I'm going to step away from my computer and go kind of survey my own neighborhood following that tornado warning that was issued here in Mecklenburg County. Came pretty darn close to where I live, and I kind of want to go take an assessment of things. So if you're watching us on Facebook, Twitter, and other platforms, I invite you to find the Carolina Weather Group on YouTube, where our stream will continue momentarily with non-stop severe weather coverage from our Carolina WeatherNet, featuring live radar, sky cams, and real-time warnings from the National Weather Service. So please like and subscribe, hit the bell on YouTube to get notified when we go live. We'll have more updates like this throughout the day as we continue to track this hours-long severe weather outbreak occurring here in the Carolinas. On behalf of Shay Gibson
in Charleston. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina. Thanks for joining us for this severe weather update. Again, please seek shelter and stay in your safe place in Calhoun, Bamberg, and Orangeburg counties until at least 3:15. And we'll see what the National Weather Service decides to do on that tornado warning that is in effect as we continue on with our severe weather day here in the Carolinas.
Thank you, James.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina Weather Net, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina Weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina Weather Net. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
Candace, this is technically live, but can you hear me? 1 second, buddy. I'm checking everything. I got to check everything, make sure it's working first.
Hello.
Hi, Candace. We're technically live on our behind-the-scenes Carolina WeatherNet stream, and we'll start the official stream here in a second.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Can you hear my co-pilot in the back seat?
I can. Hello, co-pilot.
Okay. Just the nature of today.
Right?
We got a lot of water flooding out of a school here, I think, or at least in front of a school.
I know there's lots of roads up in Lincolnton. The city of Lincolnton posted that they were impassable.
All right, if you're joining us on the Carolina WeatherNet, we will get a stream going here in just a moment. Candace Jordan in Gastonia, James Brierton on the road at Matthews, and Joseph Navin will be joining us. I think he's on the road in Columbia.
Yep, I'm in a hotel room in Columbia. So.
Hey, there you are.
Yep. Hello.
So I'm going to make sure before we get going here that the sound looks okay. Of course, I'm sitting in a spot that apparently does not have a lot of cellular. Doesn't have a lot of internet, but
I'm sure with different power outages and stuff kind of across the state, the cell phone towers are a little more strained right now.
yeah. We took a couple of power flashes earlier ourselves.
We never had anything here in Columbia, but
Okay,
I was gonna say, knock on some serious wood here up here in Lincoln County. It's been relatively quiet, barring the rain situation.
Hey, go ahead, bud. All right, you guys ready for me to start this?
Sure.
Yep.
Officially. Viewers will see a split box, double box. One side is radar and rotating cameras, and the other side is our Zoom. So if you guys need to screen share something, you can.
Okay.
That's just kind of how I set it up for a little. Yeah, go ahead, bud. What do you want to tell them?
On the way here, I saw a broken power line box.
Broken power line box. That's right, and the creek was all flooded, right?
Oh my goodness.
All right, here we go. Waiting for confirmation from YouTube. There it goes. A little after 4 o'clock, voice of James Brierton here in Matthews, North Carolina. You are looking live at the Town of Matthews Public Utilities Department trying to clear out some storm drains on this side street. Flooded. We're sitting in the parking lot of Matthews Elementary School, and they've got some standing water right in front of their school here. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools closing their schools today, as so many other districts did for reasons just like this. I'm in the car with my young child who also didn't have school today. So you'll be hearing our Carolina Weather Group intern. Yeah, he'll be giving us some commentary along the way, but also situated in a much drier and warmer situation. We have friend Candace Jordan in Gastonia, North Carolina, and joining us on the road in Columbia, South Carolina is Joseph Navin. So the purpose of this stream here, as we continue our Carolina Weather Group severe weather coverage today, is just to kind of show you a little bit what's happening. Our friends at their computers will relay to you what they're seeing right in the National Weather Service in terms of real-time warnings and radars. Left-hand side of the screen, you can see some of those rotating on through our North Carolina and South Carolina radars and cameras via WeatherStem and other partners. And then I'll be driving around the Matthews area in the southeast Charlotte area here in Mecklenburg County. And then Dan Whitaker is in North Carolina. Chris Jackson is chasing in South Carolina. They may be hopping in as we go on through. How long we'll be live for? We will see. How long my connection works for? We will see. But let me start here just by showing you, I think this is McDowell street, the little side street here in Matthews. It's flooded out as so many other side streets are. And I think this is probably just the nature of storm drains. There's really no particular creek right here, but we did drive past 4 Mile Creek on our way here down towards downtown Matthews. And like so many other creeks, guys, they're very high at their banks right here in Mecklenburg County, where we've had today flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and previously a tornado warning. So that's my primary goal right now, is to drive around. We had that polygon come through, that rotation come right on through here earlier in the afternoon. It's now safe for us to kind of go out and do a little storm surveying. We can see the Matthews Police Department up here where the power remains out at East and John. So, Candace, what are you seeing right now on radar as the squall line continues to move east?
Yeah, so when you take a look at radar, of course, right now it's just bombarded with lots of watches, warnings, advisories, all kinds of things happening. Obviously, we've got some like flash flood risk. We do have a couple of active tornado warnings. It looks like one of them is set to expire. It should have expired a few minutes ago. We got one over towards the Fayetteville area. Nice big old line of severe thunderstorms kind of going from Greensboro all the way down to about the Columbia area, a little bit east of Columbia. And when you kind of look at the radar, there's almost like 3 bands of rain. Kind of the central one is the main one though. And so all this is slowly pushing towards the east. It's kind of moving in that like northerly easterly track there. So if you're in central North Carolina, eastern North Carolina, it's coming. Central North Carolina, it's on your doorstep. For those of you in western North Carolina, you're starting to see that persistent rain not exactly being as persistent anymore, but now we're starting to see kind of the scattered showers, things tapering down a little bit. So a mixed bag as you go from the mountains to the coast.
Joseph, you started your day in Charleston, made your way to Columbia, and as you were heading west, I know that squall line was coming east. What was your experience traveling through that earlier today?
Yeah, it was. I fortunately wasn't driving, but I believe it was a interstate. You could come up from there, but it was not a lot of visibility. It was really, I wouldn't say dangerous driving, but it was definitely cautious driving. No accidents we saw, but definitely a lot of wet road conditions that needed a lot of extra attention. So.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, the purpose of me being out driving around is to kind of see what those road conditions are like behind the squall line. So if you're still out ahead of the squall line, what you can expect. We do look like that's a fresh down tree here, I think, as I'm making my way through. This is the Novant Hospital here in Matthews. And I wanted to kind of see if there was any indication. I'm sure they're on backup generator power here at the hospital because most of the power is out in this portion of Mecklenburg County. Yes, and my son, as I mentioned at the top of the stream, is with me today. He is our junior storm chaser. So many schools were closed, and he wanted to share something he saw. Go ahead, bud. He saw a really tall tree that tripped over, and I think that's probably the case across so much of the Carolinas right now. Kind of thin. Yeah, a lot of thin trees, right? Very gusty winds today. So my plan here is to just kind of cut through the hospital here, and I'm going to make my way out onto 51, turn right, and go towards US 74, which is Independent. Pretty major thoroughfare right now. Try to see what that situation is like. If either one of you guys could maybe pull up maybe powerautages.us, give us an update on how many power outages there are right now throughout the Carolinas. I know this outage is certainly not unique in any form or fashion.
Yeah. Definitely, I'll go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, when you pull up powerautages.us, like it is bright red for North Carolina. So you can tell out of everybody in the Southeast right now, we're the hardest one coming out. It looks like as far as customers out, we're a little over 100,000 for the state. So that's for North Carolina. For South Carolina, looks like about 75,000 are without a power right now. So definitely could be worse. Definitely could be better as well. But you have some the high spots right now are where that central squall line is kind of moving through. So over towards like Anson County, Montgomery County, Stanley County, Union County, and then over towards like eastern North Carolina, Warren County and Greene County look like those are kind of some of the high spots right now, where we're seeing some of those power outages.
Hoping we'll have a chaser out that way to join us here a little bit. Reminder for everybody who may be out, treat those intersections as four-way stops as we're continuing. Oh, I'm actually coming up with a traffic light that has power, so that's interesting. Candace, while you were talking, I did see a Town of Matthews vehicle go by kind of pulling those horses, those road closed signs on a trailer. So I'm not exactly sure where they might have been heading, but I'm ultimately going to try to get onto 74 here and then actually loop back towards Sardis Road and check out the Little Sugar Creek, because I know that is prone to flooding. Joseph, what's on your radar, pun intended here, as we drive through the 4 o'clock hour? Anything interesting reports sticking out?
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that just popped up around about 5 or so minutes ago was around Winston-Salem. Apparently, if anyone's driving around Old Town Road or Bethabara Road, probably is not the best area to be in right now. They have search and rescue doing a water rescues in that area, and they have some video coming out which is showing some pretty roads that I wouldn't say would be passable right now. So it seems like also in general the Winston-Salem area, there's other reports too around University Parkway of parking lots flooded to the point as I think your car wouldn't get through that. So definitely around that area, they're having a lot of flooding issues currently. So
yeah, I think the flooding is going to be kind of page 2, chapter 2, and this prolonged. These winds are going to be sticking around. So even after the heavy rains move on through, which is that main school line we've been watching, we'll have to watch for a persistent wind, maybe bringing down a couple more trees and power lines through the overnight. And this water, it's going to be with us for a little while, Candace. I know it takes time for all that water to kind of run on off. I think we're going to be stuck with this for a day or two.
Yeah, and this is a classic when you kind of get the whole state saturated. It takes it like gravity's going to do its job. It's going to run down starting from the mountains, run down all those valleys, all those river canals and such. And eventually it's going to start ending up towards the eastern portions of, North and South Carolina, depending on what water basin you're in. So, right now we're seeing kind of like those flash flooding effects. We've had a lot of water in a little bit of time, rapidly rising, and that's why you're seeing so much pondage and all this stuff happening, these creek banks that are overflowing. But the flooding risk kind of continues because as gravity does work all this water down, that's when we can see kind of some residual flooding over the next few days, especially towards eastern North Carolina. Now, one thing that I think is really interesting to look at, if you look at a temperature map of kind of like the Carolinas, draw a straight line kind of from roughly Greensboro, Charlotte, down to Columbia, and kind of towards the tip of South Carolina, right at the bottom. And that's kind of where you're bisecting your temperature. That's where you're going from having the upper 60s, low 70s over towards like Fayetteville, getting towards Wilmington and such. Back over west of Charlotte, you're below 50 now. So you can really see where that warm sector is. That's where those main line of storms are kind of hanging out right now. That's all that fuel that we're getting, and that's why we're able to see these heavy rains, the severe thunderstorm lines that you're seeing, this wind shear that we've got going on. We've got this low-level jet bringing in lots of nice warm air and very humid, creates really good ingredients to help spin up some of these tornadoes. So we do have some of those active tornado warnings. So kind of meteorologically speaking, a lot of these puzzle pieces are coming together to make for a pretty big severe weather event across the state, kind of a large scale event.
Just past some power crews staged here at a shopping center along Independence in southeast Charlotte, where surprisingly the lights are on. Candace, I'm interested to get your take. I see there's a tornado warning over in the Fayetteville, North Carolina area. Our storm chaser and friend extraordinaire, Dan Whitaker, is on his way out that way to intersect with the squall line and is going to hop on our call here shortly. But anything in particular stick out to you as you look at those radar returns?
Let me get a good close look at it. My webpage decided that this was the time it needed to update.
We have our first road closure here. This is Matthews. This is Sam Newell Road. There is a creek at the end of this street, and you can actually see the police department is out here with barricades. This is near Independence Point, with very high water here that is across the roadway. And a lot of instances probably just like that across the Carolinas right now.
Yeah. So looking at the radar,
See it, bud?
and let's say if you guys have anything you want to interject, please do. This is not wanting to load up for me right now. Let's see.
Well, Candace, I just pulled into the what is the Cats park and
Mhm.
ride here, and I don't know if you guys can see it, but that is supposed to be a very small creek back there, and it looks like it has flooded the whole little basin here. You can see the water up to the trees, so that's not normally how high the water is. A little hard for us right now to kind
Right.
of get closer to that water, to that road closure I was just showing you, but this is a perfect example right now, I think, of how a lot of the creeks are swelling, trying to deal with all the water runoff.
Definitely. Let's see. So that tornado warning for northwestern Sampson County, southeastern Harnett County, and Cumberland County. So if you know any of those counties, definitely want to be kind of in your safe place there. Looks like it is radar indicated. One thing that you typically, when you're thinking about like tornadoes, they typically move from kind of southwest to northeast. That's kind of like the typical track. And these storms here are moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So, at least from that standpoint, they're doing what you would think a tornadic cell would do. So, it is radar indicated, so we haven't had any confirmations, at least from people, that there's anything out there. But it just means that the meteorologists looking at this are seeing something on radar. They're probably seeing some kind of coupling happening that would warrant them to go ahead and push down that tornado warning.
Candace, I'll interject for just a second. Again, this is that creek that I'm at here near Matthews. I just got out of the car for a moment so you guys might be able to see it a little bit better. The thing that looks like a river in front of you was supposed to be a small creek, and that is certainly not the case right now, as with multiple small creeks and rivers across the area. And this is something that behind that tornado threat that Candace is talking about will then follow as that squall line moves across the region. Again, we're near Sam Newell Road here at Independence Point Parkway in Matthews area. And I'm trying to figure out exactly the name of this branch of the creek, but you can see it very, very high
here. Another tornado warning actually has popped up. There's another one just near Bishopville and about east of Bishopsville and Maysville in South Carolina currently, which expires in about 13 minutes as well.
Now's probably a good time to remind people what to do in the event of a tornado warning. And I know Candace knows the answer to this question. So as I send a tweet with the code I just took, I'll let Candace tell you what to do.
Yeah, so if you should have alerts coming to you, and I hope that you've got multiple ways of getting alerts. If you don't, now is a great time. Please go ahead and do that. If you have a tornado warning come down for your county, you want to get away from any kind of glass, any kind of doors. Get in those interior portions of your house. This is in case that you have any debris. These winds are coming in very strong. Any debris that hits the side of your house, you don't want it to come through the window and hit you. You want to put as many layers between you and the outside. So get as many doors and walls that you can in between you and your house. And then, stay updated, find your sources of alerts, and really adhere to what they're saying. A lot of these tornado warnings, that one we were talking about up towards the Fayetteville area, expires at 4:45, so take that into precaution. You want to stay in your safe place until that warning expires. These meteorologists are putting these out there to keep you safe. So if it is still active, treat it as if there is a life-threatening emergency and that you could be in the path. That's what they're there to do, is to keep you safe. So get as many walls between you and the outdoors as you can.
Yeah. A little more information on this specific one. It is between, it popped up here. It's a radar indicated tornado possible in central Lee County and north central Sumter County in South Carolina, and that will be until 4:30. According to radar, it is likely near Elliott on Route 401 near Elliott in South Carolina. So we also got that down there.
You know, it's one of many tornado warnings we've seen throughout the day. We'll have to wait to see exactly which ones verify. Joseph, I just put it in our Slack with the hope that you might be able to screen share it. We did have a tornado warning earlier today in Bamberg County. And while we were streaming earlier, we talked about the fact that the National Weather Service was getting some early indication that there was a touchdown with damage. And there are now some pictures available from the South Carolina Department of Public Safety. And I was hoping you might be able to screen share those. And maybe you and Candace can discuss a little bit about what you see in those photos. This is, again, earlier from Bamberg County, South Carolina.
Yeah, definitely. Let me pull this up.
Yeah, while you pull that up, I'll let you folks know that, again, here in Matthews, where I am on the road near Sam Newell Road and Independence Point Parkway, where the road is closed due to flooding, I'm going to go around the block and try to make my way then over to the Little Sugar Creek from Sardis, which also often floods. But you know what? I might be able to get a quick glimpse here. They moved some cars and be able to just show you real fast what this roadway here looks like. Can you bring that screen share back down for just a second?
Yeah.
There, and I'm going to try to just get a quick glimpse for everybody. You can see the actual road closure here now.
And always remember, in those kind of shots, you never know how deep that water is if somebody attempted to drive in there. So that's always why, we always say turn around, don't drown, and go in there, because it's especially in murky and silty water like that, you don't really know how deep that water is specifically. So that's really the whole point in avoiding flooded roadways. So
yeah. All right, they're telling me to move, so I'm going to go ahead and move. I'll let you continue on.
I think that's going to be a big story that we're going to see kind of over the next few hours, and especially as this line starts to clear out through the Carolinas, is, we're going to see, a couple hours more of daylight, and then it's going to be pretty dark tonight. With that being said, you don't know how deep these waters are. If you're traveling tonight and you see, a flooded intersection, don't assume that you can make it through. There could be a current of water underneath that you're not necessarily seeing. It only takes a couple of inches of water, that can easily sweep, especially some smaller cars, and those larger cars, a few more inches of water. And you don't want that situation. And we don't want to have to put, our resources, our personnel in place to have to do a swift water rescue when they can be helping out someone else, especially when it was something that was easily avoidable. So just find an alternate route. Add 2, 3, 10 more minutes to your route, but know that you're going to get home safe.
Yeah, definitely. Pull up the video. A second here. So about the Bamberg County tornado, or possible tornado rather, we have this shot out of one of the South Carolina Highway Patrol videos of some flooded roads, but more importantly, possible storm damage from this potential a tornado that might have made its way down to the ground in Bamberg County. You can see there's some damage to power lines, potential semi under the power lines, which is another reason why if you see a power line, don't try to go around them, never go under them or over them, because you don't know how live the wires are. These shots show lots of debris. You can see in this one, some of these likely trees are kind of snapped, kind of like twigs, which indicates usually a high amount of wind, and obviously some possible structure damage or some sort of damage on the ground there in Bamberg County, which I assume is in South Carolina, for clarification.
Yeah, that one got my attention earlier because anytime we get a warning there in Orangeburg, Amber County area, it often involves I-26, such a major corridor. And I know that was a concern today too, especially as that squall line now continues to push eventually towards I-95. Memory serves, we've got that tornado watch out for most of eastern North Carolina, South Carolina, and coastal regions now until at least 9 o'clock. So combined with the concern now also for coastal flooding as we get closer to the coast, we'll have to be concerned of more scenes just like this, where strong winds or tornado could cause structural damage just like this. Doesn't matter, right, Candace, if that wind's rotating in a column or it's coming at you straight line.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't really matter which way it's coming at you, whether it's twisting at you or coming at you in a straight line. Like, you still want to be safe. So something very cool, and I don't know if you guys can help me get this as a screen share, but pulling up the like SATRAD, so looking at like satellite view of the Carolinas, you can see that back edge of kind of the storm system beginning to push into kind of the Catawba, Lincoln, Gaston, Cleveland area down towards like Greenville, South Carolina. You're seeing that back edge there. So good news, it's starting to move on out. We will still see some wind impacts this evening, but it's starting to get a little better. For those of you over towards eastern North Carolina, when you look at the radar, I know we were talking about there was kind of multiple lines happening. So you've got one line that is moving through kind of the Rocky Mount, Goldsboro, Wallace, down to Wilmington area. You get a break when you get over towards about Sanford. And then that secondary line, kind of the main line that's coming through Greensboro, Asheboro, down towards Yates Hill, almost to Florence, a little west of Florence. And then kind of getting back into like the Orangeburg area. We're seeing that kind of cut through the Carolinas, and that there is now moving towards the east. So that's kind of the really, if we're going to see some strong storms, that's kind of that line that we're closely watching. Once that passes through, it doesn't mean the threat is zero, but the threat is really starting to lessen once that line is past you.
Well, that's a good segue, because joining us now on the line is Dan Whitaker, who's out trying to chase that line that Candace was just describing. Dan, you got audio with us?
I do, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, from my storm chase vehicle in Charlotte to your storm chase vehicle. What's going on out there?
There you go. Yeah, so I'm north of Rockingham right now on I-73, or also kind of 220 south, which turns in 73. Just kind of heading up towards Star, North Carolina, where the main, western section of that line remains currently. And you can see kind of the dark clouds maybe in front of me a little bit. The line is right up ahead, and we are about to be in it in just a second here. So it's pretty much been an interesting atmosphere out here. Very soupy, just very moist, constantly cloudy, lots of drizzle ahead and behind all of the storms that I've been at so far. The visibility basically limited, and even the line itself has no clear shelf cloud. So I believe we're going to be into it, but we'll only know when it starts raining even harder.
So it looks like the main part of that line is right over Wadesboro right now. So just a little west of Rockingham. You said you're in Rockingham, right?
North of Rockingham.
Okay, yeah. So it's kind of in the Wadesboro, just past Ansonville area. So it's on its way. So yeah.
Yeah, we should be in it. I would give us about 90 seconds.
But yeah, you're right. Like, looking at your imagery here, like there isn't a clear shelf cloud or anything defined that you can see, at least right now.
Yeah, this is about as close as I can get to it without being inside of it. I've been kind of playing around with it for the past hour or so, just looking for any signs of visuals, anything that looks to be clear storm structure, anything identifiable at all. And really, it kind of has just been all looking the same. The only difference I've seen is whether it's lighter or darker.
Yeah.
Doesn't make for an easy storm spotting, storm reporting. Hopefully the people out here who are being affected by these high winds and storm damage are able to get some sort of visual so that they can know to stay safe if they're seeing something heading their way. But it doesn't seem to be happening today.
And one thing I'm noticing with this line that's moving through, I'm not seeing as much on the bowing. So what I mean is kind of like that curved, I think like a bow and arrow, and it's like nice and curved. Typically, when we have those really curved segments of these lines of storms, that's where you can see lots of kind of like those straight line winds. So not seeing it as much as I have, let's say, earlier today and kind of when it was before it hit the Carolinas. So hopefully that translates to some good news that we're not seeing as powerful effects as we could.
Dan, just give us a shout when you get close. The AI is directing, so it's putting up on the screen whoever's talking. So you get something good, just shout so the audio cuts over to you. And still seeing some scattered outages where I am here in the Matthews/Charlotte area, southeastern Mecklenburg County, where we just crossed again over that same creek, and the water is moving really rapidly. I'm actually going to pull into a shopping center here near Monroe Road and Sardis Road North. A small tree has been snapped in the shopping center. Not a very large tree. This probably wouldn't take much at all to knock over, considering how wet the soils are and how strong the wind was earlier today. But probably one of the more significant trees I've seen so far, besides small branches and things. I figured I'd just pull into this Harris Teeter shopping center here real fast. To show you guys. It's probably, it's Bradford Pear, I think. So that explains a lot.
Well, it didn't help that this past weekend, too, we had kind of a decent amount of rain. It was more than just a sprinkle. And, that kind of helped get the soils saturated enough that when we had all this rain, especially the amount of rain that's coming down at one time, we're getting a lot of rain in a short amount of time. One, that's why we're seeing these flooding issues, but you're loosening that soil and then you add those winds on top of it. That's what's creating a lot of these power outages.
We're going to have more storms potentially on Friday, so that'll be interesting. Dan, was that you?
Yeah, if you can, the rain's picking up. I'm definitely on the edge and going into the middle of the squall line now. So you can see on my on my screen, hopefully here, the visibility is decreasing to very little here in front of me. The wind is picking up. And if I can get any sort of wind, I'll probably pull over and try and get a visual of the trees kind of swaying or anything like that. But so far, it just appears to be much as heavy rain. But yeah, here we are. We're in it now.
And Dan, remind us what road we're seeing.
So I'm just south of Pandora right now. The Pandora, how do you say it? So basically, there's a little section of squall line here that's crossing 73, and that's the section that I am going through as we speak. The plan is basically kind of sample the middle of this squall line here for probably about 10 minutes, and I should be able to pop right out on the other side. Right probably by the stars where I'll probably stop through. Here, there's a lot of heavy rain. It's very gusty, but nothing gusty yet. There you go. Here's one.
I know where Dan's at. It is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, and really the hazard that they're looking for is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's one of the biggest things. So we're not seeing the hail potential or anything, at least with this particular storm that we're looking at with Dan's camera there. But definitely wind is our biggest thing. This one is definitely a wind storm, and that's thanks to that low-level jet that's literally right above us. And so, just a hair's throw above our heads, the winds are howling. And sometimes when you have difference in temperatures, we've got this warm air that wants to rise and cool air is going to want to sink. And sometimes what we call that mixing down, we'll see those winds kind of mix down to the surface. As it encounters friction, they'll slow down. So they may be 80, 100 miles an hour above your head. They tend to slow down a little bit, but still, a 50-mile-an-hour gust can do some damage here at the surface.
Yeah, I'd say right now, I'm going to pull off here and try and get a visual of the wind right now, but probably not see anything more than about 30, 40 miles an hour right now, top. Nothing too crazy section, but let's see if we can get a good visual. And I have an anemometer with me too, so I might be able to do a wind measurement. Although there's not a whole lot to record right now as far as the wind speed. Here we go. Okay. Let me slow this down a little bit and see if we can see out this window a little bit. So here we are directly in the line here. Let's see if we can see my spot. So there we are, kind of right in the middle. But yeah, we got a little bit of I'm gonna try and hold my phone out without getting it too wet. But yeah, kind of you can see all the rain kind of blowing by, but it's fairly just gusty, I would say, at this point.
Yeah, you can really see that on here. You can see that wind, like you can see the sheets of rain kind of moving by.
Right. I would say, short of the severe gusts that could come with this, this is probably my favorite weather. So I wouldn't mind it just being minimally gusty for a long time. I could live like this. See if we can see a little more. There we go. You can see that rain kind of whipping across now.
And I just want to remind everybody, I knew some people were a little upset that schools canceled today, depending on how the weather was in your situation. But, buses and things like that cannot run. And what you're seeing right there, those 34 and 40 mile an hour winds, these high profile vehicles. So, hats off to the school system. I know it's a tough call, but I think they did the right thing by not having the schools there today.
Yeah, I've it's been a little bit, even with that minimal gustiness driving on the road. The car's been swaying around a little bit here and there, even outside of the squall line, and just even a little bit of flooding kind of on the road. That combined with the wind has definitely caused some cars to swerve and whatnot. Definitely kind of a good idea for most people to stay off the roads unless there's, basically an emergency. But even then, hopefully people have planned accordingly. But it seems like most people have heeded the warnings and stayed off the roads. I'd say it's much less busy on all of the roads than what we would typically see around this area.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that's due to the lead time. I feel like meteorologists kind of all across the Carolinas that I've been watching over the past few days have done really well about hey, this is coming and here's what to expect. So, I feel like people have done a really good job of responding, to the preparation advice that's been given. And so, things are going as smoothly as possible. I'm looking at the power outage reports right now. We were at 102,000 about 10, 15 minutes ago. It looks like we're up to about 103,000. Some of the hot spots across North Carolina, looks like Rowan, Stanley, Montgomery, Anson, Union, Greene, Edgecombe, Warren counties. And then for our South Carolina friends, we're up to about 78,000. So that's about 3,000 more than a couple minutes ago. Definitely coming in more southern South Carolina. So Collecting County, Beaufort, Jasper, Allendale, Orangeburg, Bamberg, those areas definitely seeing a little bit more on the power outage side of things.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like another thing I'm watching is these cells that are just kind of off the coast, anywhere between Charleston and probably around between there and Topsail Beach in North Carolina. There was a cell I went over about Southport near the Cary Beach in the Wilmington area that was tornado warned for a brief period of time. But yeah, there's a couple of these cells that have a marine warning on them, which which means they could have a water spout or two within them. So if you're anywhere on the coast, just kind of keep an eye on these cells because they do a fair, even if there's no tornado within them or water spout, they do a fair amount of lightning embedded in these, and they're fairly small but I would say fairly strong. So Just watch out for those if you're on the water.
Yeah, and like my experience working over in Eastern North Carolina, those southern facing beaches. So you know, you've got these cells, this kind of system is moving towards the northeast at like 50 miles an hour. So if it's moving towards the north and east, those southern facing beaches, you're kind of getting like direct impact. So if we do have these like water spouts, it's very easy for them to just slip on shore. So I know that there is an active tornado warning. It looks like over, let's see, I just had it pulled up. New Hanover and Brunswick County. And I highly suspect that was probably a water spout coming ashore. Looks like they're going to allow that warning to expire at 4:45, so here in about 5 minutes. So I think it seems like the main threat for that has kind of dissipated. A lot of times with these water spouts, they are short-lived, and especially once they get on shore, they have all the friction with the land to encounter. They do tend to dissipate rather quickly. But needless to say, you know, a minute on shore can still do damage. So
Definitely.
So I think we've lost James. He said that his phone completely overheated. He was
Should
out
be back
there. Oh, is he back?
He's back.
Yay! No more
Yeah,
overheating.
No more overheating. We have made our way over on Sardis Road. This is McAlpine Creek. McAlpine Creek, very, very high right now. Sardis Road is open, but there's remnants to suggest the road was not open previously. And although it is not really safe for me to stop, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a little turn. I'm going to turn around. There are actually two residents. Let me just do a 3-point turn here. There are two residents along Sardis Road right now trying to clean out the debris from the storm drain. And you can see once we get back out onto Sardis Road how muddy and everything the roadway surface is. This is a spot that's very prone to flooding every time we get heavy rain here at McAlpine Creek. And so I appreciate these good Samaritans. I'm also going to try really hard not to splash them. But I wanted to just show you here as we turn around. This is Old Bell Road now coming back onto Sardis. These two gentlemen will be on the right-hand side of the road at the next corner here. Actually, one's got an umbrella up now. And so they're trying to clear away. Oh, they've moved to the left side of the road. They've moved to the left side of the road. They're just trying to clear out some of the storm drains because it floods right on in here. And a person with an umbrella is the reporter. So we're not the only person to have spotted them, I suppose. I was offline for a little bit, but Dan Whitaker, how are you doing out there?
Doing good. I'm driving over a bridge right now, kind of just staying with the gustiness of this squall line here. We're gonna see what the squall line's about to pass over me. So I'm heading back south, kind of towards Rockingham for a second, just to kind of check out see if there's any roadside flooding and see if any winds pick up at all. Currently, I would say they're still gusting at a maximum, maybe 45 miles an hour. And you can see maybe a little bit of flooding in the dips. See the side of the road here. Nothing really on the road yet. Nothing reaches over, so that's a good sign. There's a little bit right there. But a few cars on the road, nothing significant. Driving conditions here aren't that bad. Thankfully, just highway specifically having no power lines and trees off the side and a well-graded road. Makes we're kind of seeing inside the storm fairly easy.
Yeah, Dan, good to see that most people have heeded the advice to stay off the road. Less cars out here in Charlotte than would be typical for a rush hour, but more than I expected. It's good to see in your shot how empty that roadway is. Candace and Joseph, I'm going to make my way over to Providence Plantation here, try to do that before the top of the hour. It's starting to get a little dark, so I'm going to head back to base. Go Mecklenburg County, where some of that rotation earlier today came on through, and love to check that out for us before the end of the stream, as I split what appears to be a street sign newly knocked over. I'll hand it back over to you guys for a few minutes.
Hey, Joseph, are you able to share some satellite data?
Let me pull some up. I have some on my phone, but not on the.
No sooner did I hand it over to you guys. Look what I found. So this is Sardis
Hey.
Road. It's Sardis Point Road, closed by CMPD, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, due to a tree leaning over the roadway.
Interesting.
And I feel
So
like
it's gonna
that's
be
going to be a
probably-
scene that we're going to be seeing quite a lot over the next few hours. You're going to be seeing these road closures, you know, just safety concerns, whether it's a live wire, a tree down,
The tree to the right.
you know, a flooding concern.
Well,
Yeah, and it's
speaking
going to
of
take crews a little
flooding,
while to get out to all these trees. Go ahead.
Yeah, Tim Buckley has out of Greensboro. It looks like there's some flooding at, let me bring up here, out of Sedgefield Golf Course, actually. Some pretty substantial, let me make sure I'm getting the right one here. Tim Buckley has, of WFMY2, has put this out.
Wow.
So,
There's a lot of water.
definitely a lot of rainwater near Sedgefield from Finch Jones, who tagged him out of Sedgefield. Looks like the golf course. Yeah, it looks like one of the holes of the valleys that they have on one of their parts of the golf course there. So definitely some substantial amount of rain coming down in the Greensboro area.
So I have this really cool fact that I want to share with everybody. So, you know, we've seen several inches of rain, kind of depending on your location. Some closer to 1, you know, some well over 3, you know, 4 inches of rain. So 1 inch of rainfall equals roughly about 6 gallons of water per square yard. Now, it's different when we have these isolated thunderstorms. Think of like summertime, you know, it dumps maybe an inch of rain in the localized area. But this is pretty much like the entire Carolinas, you know, is getting saturated. And this water's got to go somewhere and it's running out of places to go. So that's the reason we're seeing this flooding. But yeah, 6 gallons of water per square yard for every inch of rain. So, you know, that's for some locations, you know, it's 1824 gallons of water per square yard. So that's the reason you're seeing images just like what you saw with all that water there.
Definitely.
I just passed what I thought was a downed tree, but it was just a Christmas tree that somebody put out at the curb. But in all seriousness,
okay, that
a lot of
says
people
so.
have their decorations. A lot of people have their decorations already down, right? Could you imagine what mess this would have been 2 weeks ago?
Right, but I also think that speaks to the situation. Like, people still, you know, there's still lingering Christmas stuff around, and yet we're talking about like 70-degree temperatures in parts of the state. We're talking about these excessive like dew points for this time of year, and you know, this kind of crazy storm system. Like, you know, if somebody just teleported to today, you would think it was spring and not the middle of winter or the beginning of winter, really.
Definitely. It does look like, I will bring up on from the not the high end radar, but definitely a radar, that, you know, there is a big line between people that have either, you know, larger storms and rain and people in the Carolinas that are now kind of semi out of the picture. So if you're in Asheville, Greenville, North and South Carolinas, you're kind of out of some of the picture here. You know, you still have some showers going on, but you're not. You're kind of out of the severe portion of it. But as we can see, this main line from around Alamance County through the 95 corridor, Florence, around there, you're getting hit by, or about to get hit by, this long line that is extended through both Carolinas. So if you're still northeast of this line, though, Fayetteville, as we talked about earlier, they had some severe bits a little bit ago. Fayetteville, Raleigh, and Durham, Rocky Mount, Greenville, North Carolina. Your potential is still in the line for this line, depending on how long it holds together as it heads northeast. So still some more to come.
Okay, we have a couple of little waterfall trenches along the side here, along the side of the road. A little bit of forest flooding there. Still nothing on the road, but we'll see how that's good. Yeah, it's always interesting to see fast water flowing along the sides. I feel like that's always the first step before eventually there's a big pool of water somewhere at the bottom. And hopefully that's not at someone's house or in the middle of a city or somewhere where they built a lot of things. But and here we go. It's kind of interesting as we come through here. I saw a little waterfall a second ago. But not in the road yet, so the drainage is doing its job.
Yeah, worth noting, some of those roads out there in North Carolina are, or you're at, are definitely not good roads to be driving around on wet roadways with those twists and turns, and especially during the Uharis, they're fairly cautious. So
So just
that's exactly
updating.
Right.
Well, I was just going to say, updating everyone with like updated power outage numbers. We were at about 75,000 in South Carolina about 30 minutes ago. Now we're up to about 88,000 customers without power. Looks like Southern South Carolina definitely taking the brunt, but also kind of Lancaster, Chesterfield counties. And then in North Carolina, we're up to about 110,000. Still kind of where those line of storms are. So Union, Anson, Montgomery, Stanley, Richmond, Rowan counties, and then over towards Greene County, seeing quite a few power outages.
another thing worth noting is there is now a flash flood warning in the Guilford and Guilford County. In addition to this Guilford County, definitely in Asheboro, Denton area, High Point, Jamestown, and Kernersville. And lots, basically, there's flash flood warnings west there going about to Charlotte at the very least. So even places don't have rain do still have flash flood warnings. A good example of that is Hickory, which will have a flash flood warning for about 127 minutes longer, and basically all the way to Asheville. There's some areas. Asheville is actually about to expire, but areas well west of the rain line still have flash flood warnings. So it's still going to be a threat as the sun goes down. So even if it's not raining, it's still worth being weather aware in regard to some of these low-lying areas.
Speaking of rain, we just got a pretty good clip of rain through the Charlotte area. I mean, we've had persistent drizzle all since the squall line came through, but it picked up pretty good here a minute ago. Yeah, but my junior storm chaser doesn't like when I talk at the same time he's trying to say something. What do you want to contribute? We can see the clouds moving, and Candace was telling our audience about how fast the winds are moving up above us in the sky, and she said they're moving very, very fast.
They're moving faster than a lot of people drive on the interstate. So if you put your hand out and you're driving down a more open interstate, maybe not 77 or 85 because it's always a little slower, but if you can get on 40 on a good stretch, stick your hand out the window, those winds are still moving faster than what you're driving.
Candace, you were talking about satellite earlier, and I don't know how large the clearing may be, but as I am currently facing west, I can see setting sky, blue sky-ish, a lot more blue sky than I've seen all day long with those clouds.
Yeah, so I'm over in Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, that should be the end for you, James, after this line came through, for the most part. Back to you.
I was gonna say I'm over in Lincoln County, and it's breezy. It's not like, I wouldn't say it's like crazy windy, but it's breezy. But just kind of looking outside, still got a good deck of clouds right now, but there are some breaks in the clouds. I saw a peak of sunshine a few seconds ago. So that line is like very, very close to kind of like Lincoln, Gaston, Catawba, cutting down kind of the middle of South Carolina. You're starting to see that break in the clearing. Up ahead of that, if you go kind of off the coast of Myrtle Beach, that kind of area, just offshore, there are some pretty towering thunderstorms, and you can see that on satellite. So especially once we get towards kind of like the sunset time frame, the sun is much lower on the horizon, and so you can see the shadows of these storms really well. So you get a kind of a depth perception of how big these storms are. So some pretty massive storms out there along the coast. With this moving kind of in a northeasterly, right? If they did hold, you may have to be kind of on the lookout near Morehead City, but that would be a little bit later.
I'm looking forward to you mentioned sun low to the horizon. Looking forward to sun being higher in the sky these winter days. I don't know about you guys, but these winter days I just really drag.
They do. They do. I am definitely one of
I'm
those
driving
people
through a
that
neighborhood.
has.
Go ahead, Candace.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm definitely one of those people that has like the seasonal affective disorder. Like I need that summer sunshine all the time.
I was beginning to say I'm in a neighborhood here in South Charlotte called Raintree near Providence Road and Valentine, or not Valentine Commons. Well, yes, Valentine Commons would be the southern exit that I pulled in off Pineville Matthews Road. Because the creek does run through here, and I wanted to check the state of the 4 Mile Creek in this particular neighborhood. I remember I was out of town during Florence, but a neighbor took a photo in here of how high that small creek came, and it was unbelievable. Should be right on the other side of the country club here. Yeah, go ahead. I got my son with me today, as so many schools have been closed. He's been out with us. I know Candace is at home right now too. What's up, bud? What do you want to tell our audience? Muddy Creek. That's right. Flooded. Sure enough, speaking of flooded creeks, you can see right here in front of us right now, Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department. Wow, I almost didn't even see that other officer based on the crest of that hill here. This is 4 Mile Creek in Raintree, and I'm going to quickly try to take some video before they kick me out of here. But you can see, again, this is normally just one of those very small little creeks, and it's quite high right now, guys. Perfect example of why we continue in a flash flood warning here right now, even though the tornado watch has been expired, as the convective severe threat moves on out. This water has got to run somewhere.
So I don't know if anybody's able to show this to our viewers. I know the Carolina Weather Group was tagged in it about a minute ago from Dylan Hudler. But some impressive flooding near Big Elkin Creek up in Elkin, North Carolina, and you can see just like branches in the creek just like rolling down the creek. So a lot of water. For those of you who maybe aren't familiar where Elkin, North Carolina is, up towards the mountains. So kind of like in some of our higher elevations, kind of up a little past Winston-Salem, like west of Winston-Salem. So just think all that water that's up in those higher elevations, gravity's going to pull it down. So all this water is going to start trickling down into the foothills, the Piedmont, the Sandhills, the coastline.
Speaking about winds,
speaking
about winds earlier, I will share this. It looks like that they're getting some nasty winds in Charleston, where I was earlier this morning. I will share that too. And somebody out of Charleston is sharing it. Looks like we were talking, I think, the last couple of nights you had a previous stream about winds on the Ravenel Bridge. And sure enough, a semi has overturned on top of the Ravenel Bridge in Charleston. And so traffic is currently, as of earlier this hour, is backed up on that bridge. So it looks like it's either shut or partially shut. So any high bridges probably should be cautious about driving over if it's a high bridge, especially in that area.
Joseph, you may be familiar with this, but if you go to SC511, and I always forget if it's .org or .gov or what it is, we might be able to pull up that same traffic camera, and I wonder if there's even a closer shot. I'd be curious to see that truck overturned. I'll ask in transparency. It's 5 o'clock now, and I'm going to head back home. We're going to try to probably wrap this stream up in the next few minutes. Candace, do you need to depart us here at the 5 o'clock hour, or do you have a few more minutes? What's your evening looking like?
I've got a few more minutes. I'll have to depart here in a few, but I got a few minutes, so
okay.
Let's chat.
Well, it's my hope. It's my hope too to use maybe about 10 more minutes of sunlight, and then I don't want to be driving around in the dark with no power either, because we don't know what's out there. So, Joseph, thank you for noting that report. I've also just retweeted the Dylan Hudler video. If we want to screen share that here in a minute. And Dan Whitaker, are you still on the line? What's going out there in Eastern North Carolina?
Yeah, so I have found my first over flooded road here coming up ahead. It's about, I would say, 6 inches crossing over the road. You'll see here in a minute. The whole flood to the left, or the whole field to the left of me has water over it as well. You can see a police officer here is blocked off the road. So I'm about to drive up here, do a flood report on Spotter Network and kind of get a report up. But you can see the car in front of me doesn't really know how to approach us. They're going to have to turn around. They won't be able to make it through this. Yeah, this is the first flooded road that I've found so far, but still it's definitely enough where if you weren't aware of it and came flying through here, you would definitely hydroplane off and potentially kind of go off into the woods where the water's running a little bit swift. There are some cars, looks like a car just crossed through it right now, but definitely not advisable, especially we'll see if this little car tries to do it here in a second, but definitely not the brightest idea.
Dan, I like the contrast we're painting between my car behind the squall line, your car with the squall line. Your concern, and everyone in Eastern North Carolina and South Carolina right now, is with the convective thunderstorms, tornadoes, and wind. And then we're left in the wake of that with all of that water runoff. And what is my silver lining is maybe about 10 minutes of sunshine. You guys see how bright it just got in my shot? Suddenly a whole different day here.
Yeah.
Okay, you can see now the small car in front of me is trying to cross through this swifter water. They're kind of sitting there.
Where is this specifically?
Let's see. Let's see. Near west of Seven Lakes.
It does get fairly flat right around there.
Yeah, I'm going to get up a little bit closer. We have a couple more cars coming. I assume they're going to try and cross as well. So we'll kind of see if we can get a shot of what they're going to try and do here. And that's just the kind of the way it goes. I'm going to put in a flood report right now. And we'll see what we can do to at least get the data going. Okay, here comes our first of the two vehicles that are coming straight towards us here. You see water off to the right kind of flying off into the woods there. So they made it through, but as we all know, in these flash flood situations, there's no telling how quickly or slowly this water will rise next, or what the next flooded road will be. So I'm going to go ahead and turn around here. I have put in my, let's see, almost put in my flood report.
I just want to say, like, you saw that car go through that flooded area, and a lot of people are like, oh, well, the car in front of me did it, so I'll be able to do it. I mean, you're taking a risk, and depending on what your risk calculation is, you may or may not decide to do that. But don't assume just because somebody else was able to do it that you are able to do it. And so it's literally just best to like just turn around, go somewhere else. I want you to think of it this way. Yes, you could make it through, but there's also a chance you don't make it through and you end up totaling your car. You got to find a ride home. Now you got to figure out insurance. Like there's just more headaches that could come with this than just turning around and doing something else. So that is my 2 cents there.
You also don't know what's in the water as well. Could be logs or branches, etc.
Or a live
Around
wire
here.
that you don't know.
Around here, definitely a lot of fire ants, as I found out by wading through the flooding in the past. So usually big groups of them floating together.
Well, especially, you get into some of those farmland areas, you never know if they have like the electrical fences or not. And if one of those is live and it's in that water, yeah, you just don't know.
Well, that
I think
seems
I've
like
turned
the
around
worst.
at least 3 or 4 times.
So,
ahead, Dan.
just kind of looking out my window here, like I said, I'm up in Lincoln County. It rained just like for about maybe a minute, kind of giving us a last hurrah. But you can audibly hear the wind now. So, we've been a little bit wind deprived today, at least in my area, but now you can kind of feel that wind. You can hear that wind picking up a little bit. So I suspect as this line starts to clear out, that wind's going to start kind of ushering itself in. So just because you see the clouds clearing out doesn't mean that the effects are clearing out. This wind will take just a little bit longer for us to kind of get all that moved out. So still be weather aware.
That's good to know, Candace. I was just thinking, as calm as the winds are here in South Charlotte, like, oh man, did I luck out? My power stayed on, knock on wood. But good to know that
right.
prevail. I'm going to drive through Providence Plantation. Internet in there is a little spotty on a good day, so if I lose you guys, I'll sign off when we get through the other side of this neighborhood. But I know Joseph was also working on pulling up some screen shares a few minutes ago. Hang on a second. I'm guessing this whole road is closed. Really put up police tape. It looks like it just fell. Like I should not drive. This is a perfect example. That's on the ground, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be in the air.
I feel like if you have to question it, then that's a definite thing where you should just turn around.
Yeah, the guy behind me is going to do it. The guy coming at me is going to do it. But like, why? This is a perfect example. There is a flooded roadway ahead of us. A vehicle is coming outbound. Vehicle is going inbound. Clearly, the police department doesn't want us using it for our own safety and precaution. And I think this is just a manpower issue. They got so many officers trying to close so many roads. They can't be everywhere. And I'm not going to violate this one. I'm going to make a Yui.
Right. I just came across another flooded road here, so it seems like there's at least a few. And if you have the ability to look at storm reports on your weather application or whatnot, you'll see just south of Candor, North Carolina. That's where I put my most recent flood report here. And you can see where I kind of typed in about the 6 inches of flowing water. But that's where I am.
I kid you not, guys, this puddle made a 3-point turn, and who pulled down the street behind me? Police officer. So not only am I glad I didn't go down it for my own safety, but I'm glad I didn't go down it for my own getting a ticket.
Right. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody here. There is a certain risk to doing things, but you could have gotten in trouble with the law. You may have gotten flooded and now you have to fill out insurance papers and all the other stuff. It literally, guys, just take an extra few minutes and just turn around.
As the saying goes, turn around, don't get a ticket.
I do think that's right.
Just doing a little power update for everyone. North Carolina, up to 114,000 power outages. Starting to see Lenoir County, so that's over towards eastern North Carolina, starting to pick up. Scotland County's in the mix now. Moore, Chatham, all these that are kind of associated with that line moving through. Rowan still holding on to quite a few. South Carolina, we're up to 91,000. Still really southern ones that are dealing with the most. So Charleston County, Williamsburg, Orangeburg, Bamberg, Aldburgs, Chesterfield, Lancaster. those counties are still dealing with lots of power outages. So still
With
a
the
good
flooding,
bit.
there's a bit of an update. Brad Panovich is reporting that, or he shared some photos that Toby Creek on the UNC Charlotte campus is flooded. So if you live anywhere in that area, just be careful of water. Same goes for anywhere in Greensboro. The North and South Buffalo Creek, apparently, according to Tim Buckley, is likely going to crest in the moderate with about 13 feet. So definitely something to keep an eye out if you live in the Buffalo Creek area and in Greensboro and or the Toby Creek in Charlotte.
Hey Joseph, can you pull up the radar for me? You can just do like a National Weather Service radar.
Yeah.
Go off the coast of Carolina Beach, so over towards the Wilmington area.
Yep.
This is just kind of a weather nerd thing right now, but a pretty strong signature, kind of like a tornado looking, kind of almost like a hook offshore. So that's a pretty beefy water spout sitting out there. Luckily, it is offshore, so we're not dealing directly with people in the way. But yeah, you can see there's quite a few like supercells, if you want to call them, that are sitting offshore. Velocity data showing a nice coupling there. So,
well, good thing you mentioned that. There's actually a tornado warning in Topsail Beach, in the Jacksonville area, with with one that just came ashore. So,
yep. Working in Eastern North Carolina, that was always something you had to keep an eye on, was those southerly facing beaches, or at least some of them that were getting into that southerly facing. Those water spouts, man, they are so attracted, especially with this kind of track. You can see they're moving like that northerly easterly track. It's just bound and determined to hit one of those beaches, and that will trigger a tornado warning. Those water spouts, especially as beefy as they are, if those do hold kind of the intensity that they're holding offshore, and they move onshore, those could be a little longer lived than your normal water spouts. They take a little bit more energy, a little bit more friction to spin those down than it would a normal water spout.
Actually, anywhere around, it looks like the National Weather Service one's actually a couple minutes behind. Anywhere, let me make sure my location's right. Make sure it's right. Near Camp Lejeune as well. Looks like, keep an eye out.
Was that Onslow County?
Looks like it. See if there's anything else interesting. Yeah, anywhere Charlotte and South, let's just do a check-in and see how long we have in the wide picture. Well, Columbia is other than some showers, is on the edge of what we will probably get today. Same for Charlotte. So it looks like, though, the I-40 corridor and 85 corridor, you still got between Durham and Burlington. Durham, it looks like you're going to get some heavy weather in a little bit here. So definitely Durham, Cary, Raleigh. I mean, not as Cary, but at least Durham. I'd be on the eye out. It looks like this is kind of fizzling out a little bit compared to earlier today. Definitely this line. So as we get near the end of the daylight hours today. There's also a tornado warning in north of Durham as well. Just let me put the hazards up here.
Yeah, that one here, kind of a newish one that just came down. Looks like it's going until about 4:45, radar indicated. So they're seeing something, at least enough on radar to warrant that. Doesn't mean that we've actually spotted anything in person. Looks like it's about 11 miles west of Creedmoor. And once again, this whole system's moving at about 50 miles an hour. So that's something else to take into account when we're talking about all these like straight line winds with these storms. You know, these storms are already booking it. And then if you add the wind from the storm on top of that, that's where sometimes you can almost get this like addition power with the winds, is that, you know, the initial storm is moving this fast and then you have winds moving within the storm, and that's how we can get some of these gusts that are up to 60 plus mile an hour winds within a storm.
Yeah, it looks
so
like it's
these
around,
things are booking it.
This is a little bit behind, but you can kind of see it's got a little bit of potential rotation in this last frame around 5:10, which was 5 minutes ago. So this is already behind, but you can kind of see the general area.
I was trying to hop on some of these like beach webcams and see if there was anything notable to see, but not necessarily catching anything out of the ordinary.
I just got a message that confirmed that our coverage plans for the rest of the night will continue here shortly with Jared Smith at the helm from Charleston, because as Candace and Joseph and Dan have been telling you, here in the Charlotte area, we are about done with the convective threat. We're continuing to monitor the wind and the rain runoff, but as this marches towards the coast and we continue coverage into our evening hours, it'll be Jared Smith holding down with our fort here at the Carolina Weather Group, and he'll be on screen here in just the next few minutes, as we have now crossed past the 5 o'clock hour on this unexpected.
James, good news. I'm already here.
So we lost James for a second there.
Yep.
So a little bright spot. Joseph, you might be able to screen share this. Tim Buckley posted this on Twitter. If you need a little bright spot in your day, looks like we had a double rainbow in Winston-Salem. So, you know, guys, to get a rainbow, you have to have rain and sunshine. So that means that clearing edge is starting to kind of creep upon that Winston-Salem area. So a nice bright spot to end the day, at least towards Winston-Salem.
Definitely. Before we get to that, I will say that he has mentioned that now it's 114,000 without power in North Carolina. So that's, but the good news is, as we already mentioned, is we have a rainbow in Winston-Salem, which is good because Winston-Salem also had, as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, that we had a fairly, some strong amounts of flooding as well on the University Parkway area of the Winston-Salem area. So definitely got their fair share of precipitation this afternoon. I'm going to check.
Smith will be hopping in here in the next few minutes, and guys, my plan is finishing up around here at Providence Plantation. I came in through an alternate way, didn't go past the police roadblock, is to show you one more time the 4 Mile Creek, and we'll be doing that here, getting out of the car in just about 90 seconds.
Yeah, one of the things I'll be checking this evening will be the river here in Columbia, and see how big that is now. I passed over near lunch and it was fairly swollen as well, but I think I'll do a check in there a little after sunset here just to see how, and that will be shared with you all at some point. So just a reminder, a lot of these rivers will still be rising potentially over the next couple hours, even if you are like in Columbia or Charlotte, even if you're away from most of the rain for the day. Even in, I believe Charleston, I think is Charleston's still got a heavy amount more. But if you're well past all that, you still have potentially, like in Columbia, for some increased river rising. So
Yeah,
Hey
so the
guys.
weather effects are not done. Hello.
Hello.
Jared here. Yes, the weather effects are definitely not done. In fact, we have looks like a 509 that was issued about 10 minutes ago. So we have a couple tornado warnings. It looks like are still going on out here. I've got the radar right behind me. Looks like we have another supercell that's going to try and come ashore right behind this one that's in Jacksonville. Let me switch over to my higher resolution here, and you can see there's your circulation for one. Let me
There's a couple.
yeah, there's a couple. Yeah, absolutely. This is a very tight rotation, probably a very strong water spout here. This is going to head towards Surf City. So you got one here that's moving towards Jacksonville. It's moving up Highway 17 right into Jacksonville, and you have a second one that is now making. It's going to probably make its move. Looks like I got it in motion here. Looks like it's
I'd say
actually
like
headed for
Emerald
Morehead
Isle.
City.
Yeah, like the Emerald
Yeah.
Isle, Morehead City area, like Carteret County, I'd be ready.
Absolutely. This is we'll see if that holds up. And again, typically it's January. Why are we? This is bizarre, right? The shelf waters are 50 something degrees. Well, it doesn't seem to matter. When you have wind fields like this, the kinematics are just off the charts. I mean, literally off the charts. Like I had to switch sites for model soundings because the photograph did not go as far as it should have. Because that's how intense the wind is here. And y'all, I know that y'all have been dealing with you're dealing with a ton of flooding up in North Carolina right now. Again, I'll switch over to
Hey, Jared, let me show you
Yeah.
some of that flooding here real fast because I got less than 10% left on my phone here. And this is 4 Mile Creek. We're in the Providence Plantation neighborhood in South Charlotte, not far from the Union County line with Matthews, North Carolina as well, too. And you can just see how fast this, what is really a river, not a creek, is flowing. And sure enough, Candace, you mentioned this earlier. If you can make them out, there are sticks and branches in there, and they're clocking a pretty good speed through here.
Right, exactly. Like they are moving very quickly. And just think like if you didn't have those sticks and branches to kind of guide your eye to how fast that's moving. So once again, turn around, don't drown, don't take the risk.
Yeah, we got my junior storm chaser. My son is with me today showing us how fast logs are coming on down through here. So I just want to say thanks to Candace and Joseph and Dan. I'm going to sign off from here and let Jared take the helm. Appreciate everybody watching Carolina Weather Group.
Yep. Candace, Joseph, thank you so much. Dan, thank you so much. And again, we are we've got James continuing to look around out there, and yeah, it looks like he's just signed off there. So again, thanks y'all. We'll go ahead and take it from here. It's going to be another long day. Might be at least another long hour or two. The good news is that this is moving along at a reasonable clip. We'll just go ahead and go to the radar right here. And again, we have two tornado warnings. We have one north of Raleigh here. We have towards Oxford and Stovall. This continues for central Granville County until 5:45 p.m. This is associated with the main squall line. Got severe thunderstorm warnings up and down the line. We have a considerable damage tag on the one that's moving on the segment of the line that's moving through Charleston right now. We've had gusts measured to near 70 miles an hour. Numerous trees down. We've had a truck flip on the Ravenel Bridge. We've had just a ton of tree damage. A lot of people without power right now. Knock on wood that I keep power.
Actually, I gotta share this. There's speaking of the Ravenel Bridge, there's a live feed on that, and you got looks like fairly high wind speed on that right now.
Yeah, they have
so.
Yep, and they have closed. So the Charleston County has gone to code red on the Ravenel, and that means that code red basically means is that they've stopped patrolling the bridges. Public safety folks are not controlling the bridge or not patrolling the bridges right now. It's too dangerous. They don't close the bridges necessarily, but when they go code red, that's trouble. That's the only way to put it, is that the situation is dangerous enough to where that we should not have anybody out there traveling the bridges right now. And this is typically commute time. This is a terrible time for this to happen. It's a horrible time for this to happen. But at the same time, a lot of stuff was closed today. Schools were closed today. I've had my requisite number of people complaining that school was closed today. I promise you it was done for a good reason. This is that good reason. As the line continues to move through, it's calmed down considerably where I am. The line has just passed through my part of Charleston, which is good news.
How is
And
the flooding as well downtown?
Flooding, not too bad. Not really hearing much about that. Again, the good news is that much of the rain this morning, much of the rain missed the really high tide this morning, which got to about 7.4 feet. Not hearing much here. Getting reports that several sailboats have broken free of their lines at the Charleston City Marina on the Ashley River. So we're getting those reports here. Numerous trees down in Dorchester County. Numerous gusts here. Let me see. Gusts going into the 60s and 70s once again as the line gets through right now. Also, something to keep an eye on here is some broad rotation also developing. Let me get the local radar back up here. A little bit of rotation developing near Monk's Corner, moving away from Monk's Corner, but certainly we've had these kinks in the line throughout the day, and certainly something that we're going to need to keep a close eye on. You can see a little bit of inflow trying to develop here. This thing is trying to spin. So we'll see how that goes. Again, right now, the worst weather is moving through downtown Charleston. The worst weather is moving, has cleared West Ashley, is moving into Mount Pleasant right now on Monk's Corner. Kind of Monk's Corner, you're just about done with this. Jamestown, Hugie, those areas in Berkeley County, in South Carolina. And again, I'm getting a bunch of looking at a bunch of different data sources here. And
if you're on 17 right now, I'd be a little cautious as well.
Yeah, I mean, nobody should be driving right now. I think that's that nobody should be driving right now. No, nobody should be on the roads at this point. This is not a day. This is not a storm to be trifled with. Put it that way. This is not a good situation here. Getting a lot of reports now, just for folks who are in it. There's some, it was kind of interesting. Some folks had that begin to actually quiet down for them when the squall line came through, which is kind of funny. But that instability is released. That and again, just apologies for kind of the broken stuff here. I've got a lot of incoming right now to understand the situation on the ground. And again, this is all moving through the Charleston Metro right now, heading up towards, let's see, we can go back to the regional view. This is going to be the easiest way to do this. This line is massive. Severe thunderstorm warnings extending all the way up past Richmond, Virginia, and really down to Charleston, South Carolina at this point. And then you have a conga line of marine warnings after that. And then you have another round of severe thunderstorm warnings getting into Florida with another tornado warning there as well. So, there you go. I mean, this is a massive storm system. And if we can zoom out a little bit, I'll set this into motion and just give you guys a general idea of just the size of this. This is unbelievable. If you can see it here on my screen here, this is a very large system, lots of warnings. You have the flash flood warnings that are ongoing in eastern and central North Carolina. A lot of moisture there. The good news is that the rain is ending, but there's going to be downstream effects from this for days, as you all have discussed. So big upper low with a surface low pirouetting around Kentucky right now. But the severe weather threat is continuing to move through now, eastern South Carolina, eastern North Carolina. We do have a couple tornado warnings in effect. We may have another one here fairly soon with the storm that it's kind of running about parallel to Wilmington here. We may have that may be headed towards Morehead City, possibly. So we're going to need to keep an eye on that. We remain, and again, if you're not in a tornado warning, you're very likely in a warning with 60 to 70 mile an hour winds with this thing. And the non-thunderstorm winds have been really impressive. And so it's yeah. I don't know. I was hoping that we would actually be wrong on this one. It does not look like that has been the case. In fact, decidedly the opposite. Let's see. And again, I'm just getting, well, thing I'm trying to do right now is find my mouse, and it's actually all the way over there. That's not good. Let's do that. Get my computer back. All right, sorry about that. Technical difficulty. Yeah, the line of storms coming through Charleston, it has calmed down considerably. It's getting dark out there now too. We're now going to run into situations where people are not going to be able to see the storm as it comes in. So again, if you're put under a tornado warning, one, these storms are moving fast. Two, that's going to lower the amount of lead time that you have. That's just the way it is. The Weather Service folks are going to do everything they can to get as much lead time to you as possible, but these are spinning up very quickly. It's the nature of these kinds of storms. So with that in mind, if a warning is issued for your area, take cover immediately. Interior room, lowest floor, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That is the most important thing that you can do in a situation like this right now. So again, Joseph, what are you seeing on your end right now? Anything sticking out?
One of my things is after I'm done here in a little bit, is go check out the river here in Columbia and just see how that is. Because even though if you're done with the rain, you still got a lot of these rivers. I was checking some of the gauges, and a lot of them look like they're probably going to go into maybe minor stage of flooding, if not at least very high. So it's definitely a concern I can see as it gets darker here. There's a lot, even places that hasn't rained yet. It's just the flood risk going up.
Yeah, definitely. And again, and that gets, when you start getting roads involved and things like that, that starts getting even more dangerous. Because you can't judge the height of the water. You really can't judge the height of the water at all, but it's a complete fool's errand at night. And we really need folks to be turning around and not drowning. Let's just put it that way. So just going through some of the incoming that I have lots of messages and things like that. And again, thanks to everybody who's tuning in. So, again, looking around, I've seen a lot of photos of oak trees down. I've seen a lot of photos of, there's a wide variety of things that have happened. We're not going to know the exact, the full spectrum of this maybe for a couple days. Joseph, have you all talked about the tornado in Bamberg?
Yes, we have. Can share it again if you give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Actually, before we get there, I'm gonna show there's a coming from Broad Street here in Columbia, and very quickly before I get to that, and the river you can see in this video is very high.
Oh wow!
So definitely a concern I see, especially in the Columbia area. Even though you can see by the roads it's not raining, but and the current looks like it's fairly fast as well. So as I said earlier about getting into the quiet hours of the evening when it's dark, is getting into that is going to be fairly concerning.
Right.
And let me get to the And there was speaking of the other thing, there was a Brandberg County, and I will bring it up now. There was some photos that came out that showed some fairly heavy, as the Weather Service will obviously determine whether it was a tornado or not, but definitely some fairly strong winds at the very least that caused some of this damage. Whether it's straight line or tornado, we don't know, but definitely some fairly strong damage, especially this building, to cause that roof to come off, and some fairly structural severe damage on that.
Yeah.
So
yep, this is going to take a little time. Again, we're not gonna know the exact. I mean, there's any number of the thing is that there's any number of things that could have caused that damage, and between between the non-thunderstorm winds, ahead of these, and everything else, like it's just really quite a thing. So a quick update for folks. The severe thunderstorm warning for Dorchester County in Charleston metro area has been canceled. So if you're in Dorchester County, your severe threat is over, and your rain is actually going to be over pretty soon. The line of storms is now roughly from around Kiowa Island up through Mount Pleasant, downtown Charleston, into eastern Berkeley County. This is moving into Allendon now. 70-mile-an-hour winds remain a threat with this line. Some folks are saying that it got calm within the squall line, which is interesting. I can see that happening in some ways. And so we're gonna hang in there on that a little bit longer. But again, like this has just been quite a busy day. With this, we are getting to the end in parts of South Carolina. We are getting into the heat of the night, so to speak, in eastern North Carolina, and I think we have a new tornado warning, actually. Yep, we have a new tornado warning from Wilmington here. What? Let me go to this Doppler radar here. New tornado warning. Looks like it's for Southport, Bald Head Island, Carolina Beach. Let me switch to the Charlotte to the radar here. And zooming in, yeah. So we have a tornadic waterspout. Looks like it's making landfall at Bald Head Island right now. So again, very tight rotation. I've just switched to the there's the circulation. There's two of them. There's two circulations here, it looks like. But yeah, we have a tornadic supercell, a tornadic waterspout supercell about ready to make landfall at Bald Head Island, and this is going to head up 421 towards Carolina Beach. So again, if you're in this area, it's time to get inside, away from windows, into the lowest floor. We need folks to be, taking these very seriously. Again, these are moving at a pretty good clip, and we're loading some frames here, and you can see that. These are this is obviously skipping some frames. This is only I think every third frame, but it gives you the idea is that these storms are moving very quickly here. So let's switch back to Morehead City too, because we have another supercell that we've been watching, that we've been talking about. Zoomed in a little too far. We still have a tornado warning up for Jacksonville, North Carolina. There's some kinks of circulation showing up near Half Moon, Pumpkin Center. But here is the second supercell. Now, it looks like that's just been replaced with the severe thunderstorm warning. So the tornado warning is over in Jacksonville. It looks like everything is kind of sheared out a little bit, but we still have the potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds, the severe thunderstorm warning in Jacksonville. Now we have another tornadic circulation, a supercell that has a marine warning on it, and this has designs on Morehead City. So this is designs on going into Morehead City in the next probably hour or so if it holds up. It's got plenty of velocity to work with. The forward motion combined with the rotation has 128-mile-an-hour inbound winds to the radar. They give you a general idea, again, of just the dynamics of the atmosphere that we're working with today. We are working with just a lot of wind energy here, and that is going to, and that's going to cause issues. I mean, that's going to continue to cause issues pretty much all the way through. So, yeah, it's been quite a day, multiple hazards wise, and if there's one bit of good news that I can take away right now is that this is the only tornado warning on the board, is this one for Southport right now. So that's the only tornado warning on the board. But again, when we take the larger view, we have a couple more hours of this, and a couple more hours of significant severe. And so, yeah, this is again, let's just set this guy in motion. Just the size of this thing is just remarkable. Just
worth
remarkable.
noting, it's also peak rush hour right now as well. So
Mhm.
I checked some of the cams in Moorhead and Wilmington, and it looks like fairly heavy traffic, especially where near Oak Island as well. So
Yeah.
Not the best time for this.
No, the timing was very poor. And again, the timing is very poor as far as this goes. Some folks closed, some folks did not. That's just the way this goes. So again, we're going to be dealing with this for a little while. Looks like tornado warnings are starting to really pop up now into Virginia. The good news is that we're the Carolina weather group, not the Virginia weather group. I feel bad for them. That's one thing that we will not have to, that as this continues to move forward. Looks like, yeah, right now it's moving into Raleigh. Looks like it's, really not the time. That's for sure.
Same for Charleston as well, because
we
had the presidential visit the other day, and that's 2 days of pretty lousy.
Yesterday not good. I was just glad it wasn't my fault, and today it's my fault. But that's what happens when you get the Charleston weather handle. Everyone just blames you. So I'm just going to ride with it at this point. But the good news is that it will clear the area in the next hour. We are starting to get better. So that is good news. Now, behind this, we're still going to have gusty winds. I think that's the other thing to keep in mind too, is that the wind part is not really over yet. High wind warning is going to continue along the coast until 10 o'clock. Wind advisories up all up and down until tomorrow morning. Actually, now those got extended recently.
And a flood threat on rivers too, and streams and stuff. Yeah.
I mean, there's a ton here. You see, on here you can see some of the flash flood warning polygons are a little bit bolder than the others, and that's the considerable flash flood threat tags that are on these, and you see them all over the Charlotte metro area. That's going to snarl traffic here for several more hours, very possibly.
Definitely.
So, yeah. So again, I'm just kind of catching up with all of the weather offices, looking at if there's anything here that from storm reports, stuff like that. We've had we recently had a 67 mile an hour wind gust in Charleston Harbor at the Chutes Folly weather flow. We've had a 59 mile an hour gust at Fort Sumter, and this is all as the squall line went through. Sailboats in the Ashley River have come loose. Hoping to get some pictures of that here fairly soon. The tornado watch does continue.
Worth noting that Highway 89 in Stokes County, North Carolina, is washed out. Not just flooding. There's physical damage to roadways and some in some cases. So
Yeah. And again, this is exactly why we say turn around, don't drown, because you don't know if that road is even there. That's the kind of thing that we're dealing with, especially in this higher terrain. We don't know that the road is there.
or what's in it.
Don't wade through it unless you have, a ton of Lysol. Don't wade through it.
We were talking. We had the feed up in near Candor, and all these farmlands were just all flooded. You don't know what's in that. You have pesticides and other things that you don't necessarily really want on your physical body as well. So
Yeah.
So
Pawleys Island has measured a peak wind gust at, I think, at Turtle Crest. It's a personal station there, 76.5 miles an hour at Pawleys Island. That is impressive. And that's just really impressive. So yeah, again, the total impact of this storm is not going to be fully known for a couple days, as often is the case. This is quite a bit, just quite a bit here. We have lots of reports coming in right now. Very, very, very busy at the moment. Continuing to monitor, places like Charleston, downtown Charleston, places like that. It's getting there. We're getting there, but it's just going to take a little while longer to take care of this. I think the one good thing, as I'm continuing to peruse all sorts of different data points here, everything like that. At least it was straight. I don't know. You can't really say at least it was straight line winds. It doesn't really matter, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. But yeah, Joseph, it's been I'm sure it's been quite a day for y'all.
Mhm.
Anything else that stood out?
We actually started our day in Charleston, and driving up to Columbia in the morning was fairly rough.
Yeah.
Roads, we did drive. I would say it was drivable.
Yeah.
In that hour, but by the time I got here, it was becoming, I would really want to be driving afternoon.
No.
The visibility was fairly low, and but there was still high profile vehicles out there, and they were swaying a quite high amount.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we only had one tip over. One that we know of. I mean, we all probably would have known. I was expecting two, at least two. So in that respect, it seems like people have taken that seriously. But
last night in Charleston, people were really talking about it, and the bridge was the first thing. Probably not surprising. I'm not from Charleston, but that was the first thing when I asked a couple people.
Everyone is, I mean, you can't get around here without a bridge. That's just the way this works. When you're surrounded, when you're surrounded by rivers, that's all you got, unless you have your pilot's license, which I wouldn't want to fly through this either. 5,000
or
foot
sail.
Or sail. Yeah, no, it's just not a good day for travel. And so yeah, that's been a big topic. And again, right now, as far as I know, we're still in code red on the bridges. However, with the passage of the line, we should start to see these gusts begin to trend downward. The gust at the airport in the most recent observation was only 33 miles an hour. That's nothing compared to some of the gusts that we were seeing an hour ago. So that's good news. Again, once we're, that this squall line is pretty tied in with the low level jet, and as those move out, so will the risk for severe weather and damaging winds.
In North Carolina, though, I felt like I by what we talked about before you got on here, is that it seemed like the Winston-Salem area had a significant amount of flooding, along with as we saw in Charlotte, but it seemed like the Winston-Salem Greensboro area had a fair amount compared to what we saw, and also the Candor area.
No.
So.
Yep. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Again, the flooding situation, you're going to deal with more of that up, further north. You're going to have more efficient rainfall there. You have some upslope going on. You've got, and honestly, just better divergence, just better upper divergence, better low level convergence, closer to the low. So you're going to do a better job of squeezing out that rain. Further south, it was just going to be more the kind of the isentropic lift, and then the squall line that would come through. So yeah, it's been quite a day. I'm continuing to peruse data right now. It looks like the core of the low level jet, for those who are wondering, the 80-mile-an-hour core low level jet is moving through eastern North Carolina right now. So that's about 90 miles an hour. So 80 knots, roughly 90 miles an hour aloft, about 4,500, 5,000 feet. That is very fast. That is, somebody was asking me, is that normal? It's like, no, that is not normal. That is as high as I have seen it here outside of a tropical cyclone. So there you go. That's what we're dealing with.
Not a surprise flight. If you go on the flight radar, the amount of flights in the Carolina area is very low for this time of the evening, especially. I'm gonna check the Greensboro.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. Yeah, they're gonna have to park a few extra barf bags on the planes. That's for sure.
Yeah.
On the bright side, if you're looking to go to New York, you're going to get there in like half the time. It feels like the winds are so strong, the jet is so fast that that's going to be quite a tailwind, almost too much of one. Again, it's just a little busy. Good news is right now, if you're looking behind me, you'll notice that we have a lack of red polygons in the Carolinas outside of the tornado watch, and that is because there are no active tornado warnings in the Carolinas. We do have a few supercells continuing to move very perilously near the coast, as they kind of spin up, possibly with some water spouts. And we may not be in this warning lull for long. Again, we have that one supercell that's looking to make landfall near Morehead City out. But however, right now we are tornado warning free, but we still have the squall line that's moving through Raleigh, down to Fayetteville, down into the Charleston metro area. It's going to be arriving at Myrtle Beach here fairly shortly, getting into the Horry County area. Wilmington, you still haven't had it yet. You're dealing with some pre-squall line supercells. Greenville, over to Outer Banks, you haven't had this yet, so it's going to be moving in that direction. Good news is that we should hopefully be able to trim a lot out of the tornado watches from southwest to northeast as this line moves through.
Well, I'm going to sign off here. I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
This evening.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Joseph, thank you for all your help today. Just to help and fill in. It's been a busy day, and we definitely appreciate your efforts and all of your reports and all of your reporting. Thank you for joining us, and take care. Have a good, get a good meal in you. You've been here for a while, so stretch your legs and have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you.
Yep. And I think what we're going to do here, everybody, is that we're going to probably go ahead and wind down this stream for now. We don't have a lot of, we have the line of storms that's moving through. Don't have active tornado warnings at this point. That could change, but I think what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a pause and monitor everything. There's a lot of storm reports to gather. There's a lot of things there, and then if we start to see additional high-end severe thunderstorm warnings there, we'll break back in if we need to. So with that in mind, we're going to go ahead. Let me just message some folks real quick. Oh goodness. Okay, so I just got a note actually that I'm looking around. We just got a report of a person is dead in Catawba County due to the storms. 2 are critically injured. WCNC reporting this. Should have more on that soon, but there has been a fatality today in North Carolina, and I hope, again, 1 is too many. I hope we're not dealing with any more. So we'll keep an eye on this for now. Um, so hate to pass that along, but again, if you're in the Carolinas right now, you have, if Raleigh and East, you're still in the thick of this for a little bit. It will get better over the next few hours, but until then, you're going to be dealing with a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and again, the potential for severe weather is certainly with us. We have tornado watches out in much of eastern North Carolina, continuing to eastern South Carolina until some of these are going until I'm probably going to see some local extensions in time. The 1 tornado watch expires at 6. So we'll probably see some local extensions in time as we get into Florence and Myrtle Beach and into Wilmington. Again, the tornado watch in eastern North Carolina goes until 9 o'clock. So keep an ear out for warnings, keep an ear out for severe weather. And we'll probably, we'll keep an eye on this and we'll pop back in if we need to. But until then, thanks y'all for monitoring our coverage today. Hopefully we'll start to get this kind of calming down a little bit. I'm Jared Smith, Charleston Weather, out of Charleston, South Carolina, with the Carolina Weather Group. Thank you all so much. And we will talk to you all real soon.